be sort of like restarting. So I was thinking is to start doesn't feel like the right word. To begin doesn't feel like the right word. To commence doesn't feel like the right word. So I kind of went to these words, like the recommence, restart, rebegin. So maybe there's some ideas about that that can be supported, because I didn't quite find it myself. But I was thinking about this particularly when I think about conversation as a practice related to kind of to moving in a way, because we've been speaking a bit about conversation in relation to improvisation, relation to dancing, and all of the correspondence we find of skills that we practice in a live space when we can read each other, perhaps not only through what we do, but also the time that things take, the kind of being on the edges before someone steps into the space, or maybe how. And I've been thinking about this in relation, in a way, to kind of self-doubt and anxiety around beginnings. And in thinking about that, I was remembering being in a workshop probably about 8 years ago with a practitioner called Julian Hamilton, and we did loads of different structures for improvisation, and sometimes he would just kind of shout, "Stop!" He would make us stop, and he would sort of point to something that someone was doing in this improvisation and say, "That's it. That's it. There. That's the choreography. That's the choreography's happening. Support it. Support it." And he was. It was quite wild to me, the sense that in a structure that proposed improvisation, listening, all those kinds of practices, that there was, in his mind, a right and a wrong way, or there were moments that could be identified when someone was doing the choreography. And as he sort of explained more, I found that quite interesting, because he sort of, or the way that I heard what he said was, it was almost as if there can be times when we inhibit, kind of through maybe self-doubt or uncertainty, we might hold back from entering into the moment of the thing that's unfolding. He was talking in dancing. And then what happens is, we then later in time, we do that thing that we'd held back, but it lands differently in a way that maybe doesn't fall into the flow of the dancing that's unfolding as a group, because we've held back. And he sort of pointed this out a few times, and I just found that quite interesting as an idea. And the second part that I've been thinking about the last days was also from a workshop context about two years ago, where there was a proposition. It was a workshop over 2 days, and on the first day there was a proposition, and I can't remember what it was, but it led to quite wildly fun, sweaty, joyful, playful dancing. And so that happened, and many other things happened. And then the next day, the same group came back, and the proposition was to be sort of, in a way, be back in the dance of yesterday. And then we wrote about it, and I wrote that it was like being a cold dance, trying to remember a hot dance. And so those are the thoughts that I've kind of had as we begin our beginning, which isn't a beginning, which is a spiraling or something.
That's really beautiful. I love the hot and cold dances. And while you were talking about the kind of inhibiting, I was imagining that in the practice we're in right now, there are times when you want to hold back something that you want to say in order to give space to the overall composition that is unfolding, of the conversation. So it made me think, rather than thinking of holding back if I feel I have something to contribute, perhaps it's more to think of it like a river, and that I have a tributary, and maybe it winds off somewhere and comes back, rather than me sort of stopping it. Maybe it will find its way back into the flow of the conversation somehow, because I do have a sense that sometimes we do need to put the brakes on in order to allow everybody's river to flourish in some way, to keep the flow of the whole thing going. And the other thing that you made me think of was the word remember and memory. And when we think of the conversations that we've had, these rich conversations we've had over the last few months of this process, I'm thinking of remembering is of bringing the members of your body back to be a whole body, in a sense, and bringing the memories back to let you be whole in some way.
Your river imagery, Rosie, made me think about like the word continuum came up for me, and how, yeah, I feel that this idea of suddenly I was imagining that we're all rivers, and that maybe mine, like you said, like mine might slow to a dribble while someone else's is rushing forth, and we're sort of negotiating the different needs of this ecosystem. Like it became a very yeah, nature metaphors feel really relevant to me. And I'm also thinking about uh, a workshop experience I had with this artist, Janine Durning. And she has this notion of non-stopping. And it's basically a practice of, yeah, like you're already going, and therefore like you cannot stop. And that, whether in movement, and she also practices it in like speaking. And part of that practice too is about listening to this inner voice. And if you listen to the inner voice, you will non-stop speak, because you are never stopping speaking, because you're an existing, like sentient, breathing, aware, thoughtful body. And somehow that to me also, remember, what a beautiful image, that also feels to me like listening, that there's a kind of, yeah, attention, closer attention. And if we bring that attention to these different sensorial faculties we have, then like whole universes open up. And actually they've been there the whole time, but maybe we weren't paying attention.
I think it sounds also very exhausting to do that, Elena, and to constantly listen to your inner voice. I'm not sure if I don't think I agree on this. Like, sure, you never stop because you're always moving. That's fine, but then this inner voice that you're always sensing, it sounds a bit too, firstly, a bit too demanding, and also exhausting. And I'm also thinking how exhausting to experience that in someone else. No?
Yeah, I mean, I think the interesting thing about like my experience of this practice was like it was condensed, meaning like we start doing it. Like, yes, it could happen all the time, but I think, yeah, I agree. If you did it all the time, you would be lying on the floor in the fetal position. Like it would not be possible. But if like, I guess metaphorically, I'm into the thought that this is happening all the time. Like, it feels very like, I don't know, a sort of how do I phrase it? It feels very like kind of interspecies ecosystem Donna Haraway vibes of like these processes are happening all the time, even when we're not giving them attention. But I totally agree, as like a lived practice. Yeah, I mean, it's exhausting.
I actually heard a priest talk about prayer as, and this I thought was really beautiful and kind of soothing as well, because he was saying, if we think about the voice that keeps going on in our inner, if we think of that as a dialogue with God, that's prayer for me. And this I liked. So that the kind of singular, like instead of thinking of the voice as a kind of your own singular monologue, it was like a dialogue with something bigger. And then if you want to say God or like cosmos or energy, this felt a bit.
I'm thinking about how we enter space in beginnings. And I've been thinking about when I was a young dancer in New York, which was a foreign culture to me, and how people took space. Actually, it was in the dance classes, how people took space. But I'm also thinking about how people took space in the street, and how, in a sense, the beginning was just, I'm here and I'm going to take it. And I remember when I came to London, which was also a foreign country for me, well, London's not a country, but sometimes I guess we think it is. But when I first came to London, how differently people began and took space. And again, it was in dance classes, but it was also on the street. And how much more hesitant it felt for me. And although I've been here a long time, I really liked the way the beginnings were in New York, where you just took that space and you moved through it and you owned it. And I really liked that. And the hesitancy here, for me, has taken a long time to acclimatize to. And I don't think it's about where people are from. It's something about geography, because the people I knew in New York were from very many parts of the world, and in London the same. But the way we inhabit the space and take the space has felt so different in both places. And it is something about how we, grab the beginning and exit. Oh yeah, and also pay compliments. I really liked the way people pay compliments in dance classes in New York. That was a long time ago. Maybe they don't anymore, but they did then.
They still do, Karen.
Yay!
Something about permission and allowing. It's strange. I also lived in New York as a young choreographer dancer, and I totally agree. The reticence when I came back to Britain I found incredibly stultifying, but now I'm part of it again.
Yeah, I feel that as currently a US American in Western Europe, feeling like I'm often, I just notice that I'm often perceived as aggressive, I think. And, um, and I totally hear what Karen was saying. It doesn't actually feel like a product of my upbringing, which was in California, and not necessarily that, I don't know, it didn't feel that I was modeled that kind of space taking. But then living in New York City, like even what you're saying about like walking down the street, like there's a certain I don't know, like body and sort of resilience and like intensity and stride that I occupy in that city. And so now being here, I'm aware of how yeah, I question whether I need to temper that in order to fit in or be accepted in another context. It's confusing how we like whether we allow these past experiences to shape our present modes of behavior. I've been feeling confused about that lately. Whether I should change that or what to do.
I'm interested in what you just said, Eleanor, about what your past. Can you say a bit more about that? How is that coming up for you? I'm just relating to my hearing Karen talk about the directness and straightforwardness of people in New York, and also that was my experience too when I spent a few weeks there a few years ago. I went and just did some workshops, did some dancing, and I felt this kind of, it was actually a restfulness in directness of people there and how I could be. And I realized there's a hesitation and sometimes kind of covering up of like from using politeness or like importance of courtesy, like in British culture, that I began to notice. And there was a side of me that came up that I think comes from growing up in Hong Kong, where so much value is placed on speed. Like speed is above like anything else in terms of like service. Like the faster the better, which means there's no room for politeness sometimes. I'm curious what's coming up when you said that about our different all the different kind of, this is what I'm hearing. I'm not sure, but just different cultural backgrounds or places that we've lived in.
Yeah, I mean, I'm aware of a certain when you posed that question, what first came to mind was this sort of material scarcity for artists in New York. How like if you're going to be an artist in New York, you have to hustle. You have to have like 3 jobs. You have to rehearse at night. You have to like, you find these like wee hours, especially now. I think I'm envious of hearing Karen and Rosie's stories because it wasn't always like this. But in the last 20 years, it's become like really, you just, it's a kind of, there's an intensity to that. So then what happens is that then, and I think this is reflected in a lot of US American culture, of like a sort of scarcity complex. Like we've built this kind of we're this hyper capitalist state, and New York City is a microcosm of that. So then because we don't have money and we don't have time, we have to be direct. And because there have been, genocides on our lands, there's this kind of like, it's tricky. Like, I think it creates this sense of like, we need to state the politically relevant point concisely, directly, and sort of as soon as possible, because we have no time to waste. And part of me likes that. Like, part of me thinks that that's a powerful political mode to sort of forefront the like, I feel like I always dive, or I don't even notice I'm doing it, but I've gotten this feedback here. Like, I always bring in the most sort of like politically challenging or like awkward point, like ASAP. And I can tell it makes some of my German colleagues like uncomfortable. Like, whoa, we're already going there. And I was taught in New York to go there immediately. And I think there's also, so there's something to me that's really valuable in that, though I'm also aware of how it does feel like a product of a certain scarcity. Like, sometimes it can lack care, and it can lack maybe listening to the needs of like everyone listening. So yeah, that's coming up for me, and it doesn't feel that's why I feel confused. Like, it feels like there are like many the slow approach, the fast approach, the sort of like direct approach, the indirect approach, like all of the, and I'm creating false binaries, but somehow like these different ways of speaking and bringing in challenging ideas, I'm feeling quite like unsure about the best mode. And maybe I'm just, now I'm answering my own question. I feel like I need to just listen to each particular environment and ask what it needs. And that's maybe what I'm grappling with, is maybe New York needed something different than what my current context needs. Though it begs the question, like, why does, I mean, you brought up British politeness, and I'm like, why does Britain need politeness?
Yeah, what even is politeness? It's such a good question. Why do we do it?
Well, at the risk of remembering my mother, she would have said that politeness is there in order to allow everybody to be part of the group. So it is something to do with listening and noticing everyone, and politeness is a structure to allow that.
I guess what it makes me think about is debt, indebtedness, and think like the words. I think it's from David Graeber, this anthropologist who passed away recently. I think maybe someone knows better than me, but maybe I'm misremembering this. But I think in his book about debt, the first 5,000 years, he talks about language like thank you, saying thank you, and something for me is resonating about politeness, that it's when we say thank you, when we say, I guess in Portuguese, like obrigado, obrigada, or yeah, there's other examples I can't quite remember now. Or in French, when someone does something for you and then you're thanked for it, and then you say it's nothing, that there's a way that thank you is actually comes from think. you. Like, I will remember you. I will remember my obligation to you. I will remember my debt. And so maybe I'm not really saying anything, but I wonder if maybe I'm going to say English, because I felt quite addressed by the question about politeness as one of maybe, yeah, I guess different people have different, in this chat, different relations to like nationhood and state and place. And I am definitely English. That maybe this politeness and this debt, I don't know, there's something interesting there, because we're known for our politeness, but we're also known for, like, I don't know, like there's a mismatch between this way of sort of being in language and then actually like the histories of all the things that my people, my ancestors have done. So I don't know, I can't form that thought, but I'm just acknowledging that I'm a bit hooked now on this thinking about politeness and debt.
I think that's really gorgeous, the indebtedness. It's reminding that, isn't the root of a handshake, it's to show that you are disarmed, that you don't have a sword in your hand. So politeness somehow comes from a sort of goodwill, but I so get what you're saying about the horrors of any big long history of a place, coupled with the niceties. Mm.
My partner has been commenting on this a lot because she's with me in our new context in Germany, and she keeps saying no one's welcoming each other. No one's saying thank you or please. Like, no, she's really shocked by the sort of maybe lack of niceties and really missing them. And we keep discussing it almost every day about how care in that way, like this kind of verbal care, is a political act. And that if you are historically disenfranchised, or if she has felt not necessarily invited to speak in sort of hoity-toity intellectual communities in the past, that for someone to say like, hello, welcome, how are you, like the niceties actually serve a really purposeful or they serve a huge purpose for her. And yeah, it's making me really reconsider a lot of my biases around that kind of labor. And I also think there's maybe something about how politeness historically was relegated to, like, is a feminine act often. That, oh, the woman is setting the tone in the parlor. Like in Western culture, I don't know, I perceive that to be a kind of female labor, and that men can be gruff and straightforward and let go of the niceties. So I'm having my own little political awakening to politeness. and maybe that's the wrong word. Maybe I'm transmuting politeness into something else, but it feels like all the same kind of labor.
Maybe it comes back to the rivers metaphor and the continuum, because if you don't do that, as you've just mentioned, Eleanor, of welcoming your partner in, if you don't help them come into the continuum of a culture, then you are excluding them. So politeness to me seems like it's oiling a conversation or oiling inclusiveness. It's about noticing those people that aren't being attended to. So I do see it as a very political act in a sense, because it's about being really inclusive.
Wow, yeah, like you just made me get teary-eyed, Rosie, because I think that's what just she's been repeating to me over and over again, and like hearing other people repeat this back in such clear terms, and also like that this is sort of I feel like really a product of my generation too, that I've dismissed that, and I'm like just sort of, yeah, it's powerful to hear you clarify that in specific terms. So thank you.
I think I've become more respectful with age. I think when I was younger, I really didn't like politeness and respect. I was railing against it and trying to change things and confront things. And in some ways, that also felt necessary, and I think it has a place. But I know with age, I've come to value respect and politeness, and I can even do it. I remember I could never manage small talk. I used to, if I went to a party and there'd be small talk, I would be stomping around and complaining and thinking, what rubbish is this? And I wanted to have really serious conversations about the meaning of life and how I was going to change the world and everything. And I just couldn't bear it. But over time, I've learned to do some small talk, and I really value it. And I think there is that thing of the doing of the small talk is also the doing of something really valuable and important. It is also a beginning. It's a beginning, another way into things. So I'm very grateful that I've managed to find a way to do that. I can even do it in shops now, which is amazing, you know, and hello and how are you, and talk about the weather and all those things. And there are little acts of kindness in those moments. And every time something goes wrong and I start ranting and raving at some poor person in a call center or in a shop or wherever, I really try to pull back from that. Not that my rage is not warranted on occasion, but in fact, very warranted on some occasions, but not perhaps for that person. And particularly in these times, I think how much I try to have those little acts of kindness, even at bus stops, you know, sometimes think, oh yeah, I'm becoming that batty old woman at the bus stop, you know, chatting to somebody who kind of isn't really sure they want to talk to somebody with white hair and wrinkles. But I think, no, it's fine, it's okay. And in the culture I come from, lots of people have batty conversations at bus stops, and they're really important. And before I started initiating those batty conversations, I remember responding to other women or men indeed having batty conversations at the bus stop. And I thought, that's okay, I can engage with this. And this is just a lovely moment in the day where we're talking about really mundane, ordinary things, but something else of great depth is happening underneath. So I'm so grateful that I can do small talk.
I think that's something we really notice, like spending time living in other countries where I have like maybe a little bit of the language, but not very much. Like the loss of like that small like all the stuff that happens in like transitional time. I really noticed that, and I was thinking when you were speaking, Karen, like that I feel like when I'm in another language or another country, another culture, that I'm much more saying like thank you all the time, or sorry, or like, you know, like I'm doing other stuff with my body to make up for like maybe well I tend to know those words, but to make up for like, or to pad around, to try to make myself legible as someone who is like, I don't know, engaged, or yeah, just feeling that all of that content, I mean, I don't know, I don't necessarily want to talk about lockdown, but like losing the transitional content between, oh, I go here, I live here, and then I meet these people in the lift or in the stairwell of the tower block and have these kind of chats, and then maybe go to the shop and I meet the shopkeeper and I see them again and again, and she notices that like I had my hair cut, or then I'm like on a bus, or I see the same cyclist when I cycle, like losing that kind of like lowercase social contact is quite a big deal. Like it actually makes up, it's almost like the grammar of I guess maybe living in a city, or it feels like that for me anyway. So it's all to say like, yeah, I know what you mean, and I kind of love that chat. I've been having it a lot in the tower block, in the lift. Like yesterday I met this little boy. He was probably about 4. I think he lives on the floor below me, and he was with a caregiver, and he was just like touching my bag, touching my clothes. And the woman, I think she was a bit like, is it okay? And I was like, yeah, it's totally fine, because of course like children and animals, like they don't know, like the dog's just coming to sniff me and it's just like checking its emails, and you know the kid is just like wants to touch like the texture of the bag, and it's so nice to have these interactions which don't have maybe they're not asked to be something huge, that they just are what they are.
Wondering about it's like a practice, like I really remember thinking about how to do small talk, or like resistance to, or even just that word, like that it's small. And I think I learn it from hearing it, from noticing other people do it. And it's just making me really interested now to go and want to find out now, like what is the art of small talk. And I'm relating that with what we're doing here, and how we have a conversation, and the unspoken kind of cues that we're picking up on with each other. But how we do it, in small talk, it's almost kind of like there's like a flirtation, I think, in it, that I think I maybe had to learn when I moved to this country. Because like I said earlier, like in where I grew up in Hong Kong, it's even the language Cantonese is so curt and like acerbic, like just very short, and we abbreviate things all the time, and we don't say the full word of everything. We just say the first kind of character and we'll know what that person means. Everything is about speed. And I'm just really, really curious now to look up what yeah, just the practice of it, like the practice of these small interactions we have that don't have weight, that don't have like it's sort of just skims on the surface of having a social interaction with someone that has no obligation of depth, but that there is still something there that is about just that interaction, that is about connecting, I guess. Yeah, it's actually really lovely to think about. I think I used to think, oh, small talk is very nerve-wracking or like just weird and stressful. It's actually not having it and not being able to practice it and not doing it, and when that's kind of those opportunities are taken away. Yeah, I feel even more nervous, or actually just feel I'm just noticing it a lot more, the lack of it in daily life right now.
It's making me think again about depth, and like maybe small talk is like this kind of interaction that doesn't have the depth attached to it. I don't want to say loads of stuff because also I spoke a lot a moment ago, but the other thing that just like came up in my mind, which is maybe like because Rosie talked about rivers earlier, is how I remember thinking in some Japanese animation films that I've watched, I think I might have said this before, that I feel like there's plot lines which are like kind of ancillary, that's the word, in a way that like they're not mortgaged to the main storyline in a way that other kinds of narrative, everything is a supporting character, supporting action towards a plot unfolding. And there's something about that feels similar to me in what Iris was just saying, and what I was just saying about kind of content which can be really rich and really full, and it's not without it's not unreal, and its effect is like residual or passing touch almost, or encounters, like especially if you're alone, it can make your day, it can make perhaps even your life, and we suffer without it, but it's also not possibly the main plot line. And so that also makes me think a bit about like relationship structures, which maybe we'll talk about later, or and how we value different kinds of interactions, like what Karen was saying, like the weight of them. And like there can be, I mean, a relationship with someone who lives in the same building as you, even if it's not the most it might not be the relationship someone would write about in your obituary, but like it might be really formative, or like the person that you see growing up across the street, you know, or the shopkeeper who's been there for a long time or something. Like all of these relationships, even though they're not maybe maybe they're not the love of your life, but they're really important in like making a life, and they're sustained, I guess, through not talking about, hey, are we going to have a baby together? But like, oh wow, these are great tomatoes, or that's a nice dog, isn't it? I don't know, like there's other like light content which feels, I don't know, I also really like to think about it, it feels kind of queer in a way, in where it places value, perhaps in multiple kind of directions.
I want to come back to something which Elena said. I love and hate small talk. I have a joke with my flatmate and best friend, and she says that I could make conversation with a brick wall, which I agree with. I think there's also I notice lack of small talk in interactions that I have. Oh, maybe this is generalization, and it's also clouded with like a bit of patriotism, but I feel like I experience more small talk when I'm in Scotland than when I'm in England, or London anyway. I might be taking it like a slightly dark edge on this, but Elena asked a question: why does Britain need politeness? And I've been kind of mulling that over, and I've also been, I don't know, I feel like I've been in situations where a sense of over politeness is almost a way of subduing emotional responses to things. And I mean, I'm kind of thinking of the word tone policing, but I suppose it's kind of indirect. But I watched a film recently called I, Daniel Blake, which is based on real life, and I suppose I'm going to talk about an example from that. It follows a story about a guy who goes through the benefit system in, I think it's Newcastle, and there's a scene where they're in a job centre, and I think it's the main character, or it's basically someone who's applying for benefits who is in a vulnerable position and needs help from the government, and they're told by the people at the job centre that basically, I can't remember the exact details of it, but it's basically like they're kind of like shut down and told like, oh, you need to go through this process, basically sort of like passed on. And I suppose these people feel like they've just been sort of passed on and passed on and passed on through the system. And as the person who needs help is getting more and more angry and irate, that is then used as a way of saying, you're becoming aggressive, you need to leave. And I am wondering if there's a link between Britishness and this sort of empirical colonial centre, and this need to hold on to a certain way of communicating with each other, and that being related to sort of civilized, in inverted commas, way of being, and politeness being tied up with that, and perhaps, dare I say it, politeness almost being used as a weapon to, I suppose, yeah, divide people and subdue anger. Yeah. Leave that
I think you're very right, Shay. I also had those thoughts. Also, when Elena posed that question, I was thinking how a politeness at home could also bring out extreme violence abroad. So as long as the civilization of the British is kept, where it's kind of seen for them, then violence happens underneath it, and this yeah, I think you reflected very well on this politeness as a yeah, what you said about this film, I feel as I experienced so much when I was living in, and I'm sorry to say, Jay, it was no difference in Scotland.
Yeah.
Whenever, like, when there were things I didn't like, when I needed help from something, or there was situations where I was kind of needing the authorities to actually care for me, I didn't feel cared about, and the politeness accelerated to a point when I was just, yeah, you just have to leave, because there's actually nothing you can, because there's only so many, sorry miss, there's nothing I can do that you can take, you know, and it's exhausting. Mm-hmm.
This is making me think about these, or just like memes, and also more than memes, like resources I've encountered most often in the US, like identifying white supremacy culture. And tone policing is like at the top. And I'm aware of also these, I think we're talking about two things too, or like multiple things. Like we're talking about politeness as like care, small talk, like attention to the sort of social emotional needs of the people in the room. But then we're also talking about using that for evil, kind of like using that as a way to silence and sort of infantilize and say, shh, you're being too much, you know? And that is, yeah, 100% like a really sinister form of colonial power, because it's premised as, what, I'm just trying to be, we're just trying to keep the peace, you know, just we're all just trying to speak nicely to each other. And it's like, ugh, yeah, it's terrible. And it's I'm thinking of how also I'm thinking of an experience from my own life where this played out, because it can play out in really small ways, where I was on a boozy river cruise down the Delaware River with my friends, and a terrible thunderstorm happened, and we were stranded in the middle of the river, and it was very like apocalyptic. And while we had been enjoying the river cruise, while the sun was still out, we were like, river vibes, hashtag river vibes. And then when the thunderstorm came, some people had really emotional reactions and actually left the river and like walked home. And it was sort of like a downer moment. And the people who stayed, of which I was one, were like, river vibes only, man, river vibes only. And it became this kind of mantra in my friend group, like river vibes only, like keep, like try to stay happy during COVID too. And lately my partner and I have been like, river vibes only is oppressive. River vibes only is not a mantra we can continue to use. And I really think it's caught up in this same, it's tone policing. It's sort of like limiting the possibility that someone could have a negative reaction, or or vibe, right? I like the word vibe because it's not just language, it's also body language. It's like we're policing that energetic state, and that's messed up.
Aren't aren't all these kind of, what would they be called, social structures or something? You know, I agree. I think we're talking about many things here, because politeness and small talk are separate things as well. So aren't all these social structures or cultural norms or ways of behaving all informed by different cultures that want to keep the normative of that culture? So just as we can completely, and I get it, criticize the politeness of Britain and its awful colonialism and all the things you've said, I totally agree. Couldn't you also say the same thing of what Iris described as this shortening of speech and putting speed first? Isn't that just the same? Isn't that keeping a culture the way the majority, is it? I don't even know, want it to be? So if it's speed, then the brevity of the exchange is continuing that continuum of speed. Does that make any sense? So I'm thinking a lot about how we in this group, perhaps, perhaps we see this in the bit of the dance world that we occupy, or we feel we might occupy, is that we are outliers, that we want to step away from those structures to find non-verbal ways to be radical in a different way, so we don't feel so held by the everyday that we feel might propose the norm.
I think
I think I understand where you're going, Rosie, and you don't have to answer more, but I guess what comes to mind is this thing some of us spoke about before, this Boris Sharmat's quote where he is talking about Musée de la Danse, and he says that he notices, or I might, so don't quote me on this, or obviously I'm being recorded right now, but it's something like he listens to a radio program and he's then speaking about it, and he says there's something like 118 museums of the wooden clog in France, and there's no museum of slavery. And then there's like a ... and then he says there's no museum of dance either. And I think in thinking about what we've been speaking about, like both lightly and very I guess in a very for some of us I don't know, challenging is not the right word, but I guess in a real way we're both being light and interrogating pasts in thinking about colonizing and speeds and the ... We should take care of all the operations that need to happen before we make the jump from one to the other. And I think that we know that there's a lot more that needs to happen in between. So it's not, yeah, I guess I just want to say that without maybe being super clear about it. Shivangi, I think I saw we spoke at the same time. What were you going to say?
I was just going to add to this conversation about politeness and oppressiveness. I think what Rosie just said about sort of the oppression that can come with the rules of the system, whether that's you must be efficient or whether that's you must be polite. I think there's some truth to that, because language and sort of socially acceptable behavior is a system in a way. But I think there's something about politeness which, if you don't do it or you don't opt into or play with the system properly, it's not simply that maybe your voice isn't heard, it's more like a challenge to your civility or your dignity as a human, because you're seen as, I think being seen as impolite or being seen as sort of
all of those things that you're seen as when you're not polite in a situation, I think in my experience can be more of a challenge to your dignity than in other situations where you don't play to the system. That's like one thing I wanted to say sort of in response to what Rosie suggested. And the other thing I wanted to say was, I think we are talking about different kinds of politeness, and linguistically, there's something called politeness theory, which is sort of talks about how politeness is, how that's embedded into our the linguistic system of each language. And I think that when we're talking about how we signal politeness through language, I think that can be quite an oppressive system. I think it's quite different to looking out for one another, or the care and the attention that we were naming and talking about earlier. And I'm drawing mainly, as I'm thinking aloud, I'm drawing mainly on my experience of studying and speaking Japanese, where it's just an extremely elaborate system of how you signal politeness. And for example, making a request, sort of any request to somebody, there's a very elaborate and sort of codified way of making a request. There's a codified way of refusing a request. There's a codified way of bringing the attention to yourself and what you need. And I think it can be really, I felt extremely restricted when I didn't know all of those rules and systems. I often felt like I couldn't speak in a conversation because the pressure to not be rude or not seem impolite was so immense. And obviously I had the privilege of being a foreigner, so I was kind of excluded from judgment to some extent anyway. I think the pressure is significantly more if you're actually Japanese and you're seen as sort of being inside the system. But I think politeness can be a system in itself when you're thinking about it linguistically and how we use language. And I'm sure a lot of people maybe listening to us now can relate if they've migrated to England and have felt at points that they simply don't have the vocabulary or the intuitive grasp of the politeness system within English to properly communicate how they're feeling. I think thinking about it linguistically and in terms of politeness theory really clears up what is the actual system we're talking about here. It's not really about intention or emotion or what you're feeling or intending. It's very much, are you playing the rules of this codified game or not?
I'm interested in maybe taking this conversation and using it to look at these norms in the dance community, because some of when Rosie said something about how we dance artists are sort of pushing against dominant culture, maybe we could call it non-dance or non-somatically oriented culture, and I'm here for that totally, and I agree with that. I'm also aware of how much our own, like any microcosm, like Shivangi was just speaking to England, that we could see that as a microcosm with its own norms. But I've felt norms play out in the New York downtown dance scene. I feel it play out in what I perceive to be the, international contemporary dance scene or art scene. And there's obviously we could scale this up. We could look at it at many different scales. And even right now, I also think it's fun we've been sort of alluding to it, but applying it to our little microcosm right here, right now. What are the norms? Who's disrupting the norms? How could you? Is that disrespectful? Is that respectful? It's, more and more I'm maybe interested, I know we've done that work ourselves in this group, but I'm interested in like identifying those norms, I guess for myself, to consider how I relate to them. Because I think like it's what's nice about how we've been speaking right now is we've been identifying things, naming them, and like bringing them out into the open, and then we're able to decide how we exist in relation to them. So yeah, I guess I'm just curious how we experience that in our dance scene as its own microcosm, whatever dance scene means, I guess. And maybe I'll add, like, I guess I'm particularly interested to hear from Shivangi because I know that you're straddling dance forms. I feel like you have a particular relationship to this kind of, yeah, norm, cultural supremacy question.
Yeah, it's difficult to start on that because it feels like a really massive nebulous thing in my head. I'm just like constantly in dialogue with this issue, this thing. But I guess with regards to where I was going earlier, I feel like sort of appearing in the contemporary dance scene from a different context background, kind of immigrating, I guess. Yeah, it does make me like hyper aware of what the norms and like assumptions of the space already are and what the embedded hierarchies of that space is. And I think I'm really still early on in that journey of how to challenge it. I think over the past couple of years, I've intuitively wanted to, I guess, assimilate. It's been the easiest way is to learn the language that people are speaking, learn the norms, learn what's good, what's bad, what's acceptable, what's not acceptable. And I guess I feel like I've done that now, and now I paying more attention to the discomfort that comes with knowing both these systems and languages. And oh yeah, this doesn't feel good. I don't like what's happening here. And yeah, trying to understand how to challenge that. But there was definitely a lot of assimilation in the beginning, I think, and it helped me sort of I don't know, yeah, it feels really complicated. I feel like by learning the languages of this new system, and by language I mean like in the very broad sense of how to be, I feel like I was able to, yeah, I guess like be more included in the space. And now that I'm more included, I feel like I have much more that I have a problem with in the space. I don't know if this is making any sense or whether it's even like relevant, but I'm like happy to talk about it more if there's a specific thing, but I feel like really, oh, it's such a big overwhelming thing. I don't know where to start with it.
Well, thank you for sharing that. I kind of put you on the spot. Sorry about that. I mean, I think what I heard from what you just said is this, that I see performed, like plays out all the time, of like having to assimilate to get power. And then being in this like messed up situation of like I feel I've done this, like growing up being going to like a really intense like undergraduate academic space and really like conforming to like sound smart basically, and like fight with like not fight but like gain respect from like the male dominated spaces often. And it's tricky because what I heard was also like, what do you do once you've conformed? Like then you can't kind of like then there's like unlearning that needs to happen, or like now I feel really like mine maybe is like longer, like a longer time frame, like years of having conformed, and then now being like, wait, so yeah, do I strip, like, do I shed that? But that gave me power. Like, I wouldn't be here and able to change it if I hadn't conformed. Like, it feels like a really tricky, what you said, how to be. Like, they're telling you how to be, but then now I feel confused about how to be having conformed to this particular way of being.
I think it also feels really complicated for me because like if I think about assimilation and sort of immigration, I feel like in the case of my parents, which is like a strong reference point for that, there's a much clearer sort of what I'm coming from and what I'm assimilating into feels like kind of more clearly defined. And so there's clearer reference points for basically how I'm assimilating, like what I'm taking into myself that's different from where I've come from. In the case of sort of being trained in Indian classical dance and functioning in the contemporary dance, white contemporary dance world, it's a little bit more difficult to pull those things apart because of the sort of cultural supremacy of Western dance and Western ways of thinking about movement and art that have sort of permeated the thinking in Indian classical dance already for many decades and generations. So it's really difficult to pull those things apart. And I think it's a journey that pretty much everybody is on if they've had different training. Like I can only think of a couple of reference points in Indian classical dance who I feel have like genuinely and significantly rejected a lot of thinking from that has come from, like, I know I'm making broad sweeping, like I'm using broad sweeping labels here, but I can only think of a couple of reference points within Indian classical dance that are not very influenced by contemporary dance and ballet and everything. And those reference points are kind of like from decades and decades and decades ago. And yeah, I don't know if it's clear what I'm saying, but just the fact that, for example, like the way that we consume art, like where art sits in our society, all of these things are like, the modern is so dominated by the Western that I think as we move through time and become modern, it's really hard to not just assimilate into Western.
I'm going to act like an American and give loads of compliments. Is that okay? I don't think that's ever happened in one of these talks, but I just want to say how brilliant it is to hear all these different threads, you know, and sometimes I worry that I've said something that might be totally misconstrued, but the sort of bravery we have to have in this structure to say something that can be so picked apart. And so understood and so misunderstood. And it's so rich. It's making me think of seeing Elsa embroidering in the last session. Just at the end, she picked up some stitching she was doing, and I didn't have time to say, "What are you doing? Show us." And I watched her stick the needle into the embroidery and pull it out as she was listening to us. And I was thinking of what is the bigger picture of her embroidery, because I can only see the thread. And I'm thinking of this big river of the continuum and all these different tributaries and what are they called? Currents within the river, whirlpooling and flowing at different paces, and how all of those threads of thought and experience come together here to be heard, and how all the threads and experiences of the people who might be listening are part of this river. I know I sound rather idealistic, and believe me, I really am hearing the struggles as well within that. I'm not suggesting that life is some easy river. I'm just suggesting maybe that it's rather glorious, the complexity of what is happening here in the first hour. And of how, what a privilege it is to be in a position to be here right now, hearing and speaking about norms, because there are so many people and civilizations right here now that can't talk about those things. And I'm thinking of them.
In the moments of kind of reverberation after speaking, I'm aware that, because Rosie, you've just called our attention to the dear listeners who are, as we are, they're not a them, the way that we're not really a we, we're a sort of changing set of eyes. So I think thinking of the listeners each in their own environment, wherever they are, each experiencing this differently, the reverberation being felt differently, whatever lands and needs more time, or whatever is sort of quickly absorbed and connects to thinking and doing and practicing that is already available, that's already in play, thinking about what would be offered by each audience, listener, visitor, if we were able to share the same space with them, with each of them. I'm aware that there's a kind of gap, or when you mention Elsa's embroidery, and I remember sort of the different things that Elsa's been embroidering throughout these sessions. And I also think about Amara, who is in Australia right now, serving meals to members of a particular community, whilst we sort of carry on our conversation in this moment without Amara, and Amara making baskets throughout our conversation processes in Satelliser, and how both Amara and Elsa have spoken about craft and crafting, and the kind of underlying doing, and what that activates and what is active as we are in conversation, and how I imagine different listeners also kind of going about their Sundays, doing whatever the doing is. And I think about the destination context of this work as imagined, which is for a gallery space, and that in the kind of, I was going to say pregnant pauses, aware that some of us in this group are pregnant also. So the kind of fullness of the times when something has been spoken, and what that fullness is kind of titling, and how the dancing, which is the part which is in a way related to the crafting, which is ongoing, is in some way repetitive, is producing something, is a kind of legible doing, which helps to ground and land the conversation, and to support the discomfort of sometimes being in difficult conversation, and that holds a kind of buoyancy that I think in this case my voice cannot hold. I can only tell you about that and tell you about the intention of it. I can't, in the conversation, it's like a running kind of, it's like the fabric or something underneath. It's the constant that sort of metabolizes and composts what is being said. It's the ongoing doing, which is titled differently by things that have just been said. And it's something that we do together somewhat differently in a way that is navigated and always changing and always in a way the same, because it's constantly pushing at its edges of rhythm or orientation, and which addresses the visitor. So I'm just aware in our moments where we might wish to take more time to hear what has been said by Rosie or by Elena, by Shivangi, by Jay, Elsa, Iris, Amara, Amrita, Katie, other Katie, anyone who's just spoken, Elsa, that there's that there's something that conversation can't always hold only with the words, and it's making me think of the embodiment. It's making me think of walking together, going forward together into an unknown, perhaps more side by side than kind of facing each other, looking for the eye contact, looking for the recognition.
I like the side-by-sideness. I think we may have, I'm not sure if we've spoken about this before, but no, there is a practice, isn't there? A new sort of, well, I don't know how new it is, therapeutic practice of therapy happening, walking side by side. It's much less confrontational, much less difficult to speak out into a void somehow in front of you both. And we're speaking here into a void with unknown and unseen listeners, and listeners that aren't part of the group that is speaking. We sometimes speak to a void. My camera is on and I can see 3 people, but many of us turn our cameras off. So we do speak into this void. And I don't remember the term for it, but I'm thinking of the windscreen and the windscreen wipers on a car, and how when you, and why road movies are like they are, and how when you sit in a car side by side, particularly front passenger and driver, really quite extraordinary conversations can happen that couldn't happen otherwise. And there is a name for that third space that is receiving the voices, the windscreen. And I can't think what it is, but I'm thinking of being driven to my ballet classes in Great Yarmouth, putting my leotard on, hoping that no one could see in the passing cars, and speaking to my mother and loving that moment of having her all to myself for that journey.
I feel like if Amrita or Katie Coe were in this conversation right now, they would be telling us about not only conversations with youngers and elders, daughters and mothers in cars, they'd also be talking to us about disagreement or arguments, and how the side by side going somewhere together enclosed car situation has been quite a productive, seems to be quite a productive space for people to disagree in, which is kind of funny. I kind of like, I like remembering that Amrita's stories of arguing with her mom in the car, and then sort of Katie's reflections on conversations in the car. It's not dissimilar to that, is it? Sometimes.
Oh, I mean, maybe that windscreen, it holds the disagreements and you can't leave, can you? So it's a good place to have an argument because you can't walk out the door.
I'm laughing to myself over here because when you described sitting side by side, like locked in a car, I suddenly was like, oh my God, that's my whole life with my identical twin. Like we've been in a womb. We were in a womb locked in locked in a womb together, hanging out. And then yeah, it's I'm just realizing that this kind of journeying together is what identical twinship feels like for me. Having this person who I'm, yeah, literally walking beside because we have the same birthday, like we have the same exact amount of years on this earth, and then we grew up in the same little universe. And actually, now that she lives way far away and lives a very different life than I do, it's just, yeah, I miss the car. I didn't realize how just, yeah, wow, that metaphor is like really, really resonant for that. Because I usually struggle to just, people always ask me, what's it like to have an identical twin? And now I'm going to say that.
I don't have an identical twin, but in like, I suddenly like, maybe it's a relief to have an identical twin, because then at least two of you are like doing divergent things from what perhaps your family imagined for you, and you can be like, hey, but the other one's doing that, or I'm doing this. Whereas I don't know, suddenly was just thinking when you said that, Eleanor, about like sameness and difference and comparison and projection, and I don't know what exactly, but it's just like, oh, at least maybe there'd be dialogue, you know, like the tension, there'd be some dialogue. I was like, oh, I'm just in that dialogue with myself, like what's parallel world me doing? And I don't know, maybe it's a bit crude, but it was a new thought, and one that I maybe liked, because I'm quite interested in twins.
Yeah, I think one thing I'll share is like, I didn't expect, it's incredibly powerful to be able to build a culture with a sibling. Like my sister and I are kind of trying to do this. Like, how can we change the practices we inherited from our parents? How can we yeah, build our own universe? Because in a lot of ways we already have our own universe. That's what's especially special about twinness. Like it's such a universe, and it can be super challenging, I think, hearing from other people who experience that, this like intensity of connection. But and it creates a false binary often. Like I become the radical leftist and my sister becomes the conservative hawk. And then we argue and we put each other in boxes and we're very mad because we're supposed to be the same. We're supposed to exactly agree because we're identical twins. Like we're the same person, right? No. And so, but somehow, because we're locked in the car together and because we have to argue, like we're stuck, or it feels that way in a helpful way, then we kind of always end up like giggling by the end. And like, it's a really, and then sort of through this laughter and through this sort of like intense, yeah, like love and also like lifelong companionship, we can then start to, it feels utopian sometimes. Like sometimes it makes me incredibly excited. Like, oh my God, we are developing a different way of communicating. Like the other day, we decided that we're going to text each other a good feeling we had in our bodies that day because we're trying to reevaluate the sort of negative relationship we feel that our parental figures, you know, taught us around sort of like punishment, like punitive relationships to physical activity and healthfulness, that should be like a should. We're trying to reimagine the should and instead make it like about present joy, presentness, like good feelings in the body, and we're locating it in the body. We had this like 2-hour conversation to identify like a 2-minute a 10-second text message practice that we want to do every day. But while we were discussing it, I was like, this is amazing. Like this person who I've known literally since existing, we're trying to help each other be our best selves. And that just felt really special because I think often with our biological families, it's hard to access that. Also because of the hierarchies with like parental figures. Like there's such complex webs. And with my twin, it's also a complex web, but somehow the egalitarianism like embedded in twinship feels like a really helpful beginning. And lately I've just been like, this is amazing, even though it's really hard.
Yeah, some of that really reminds me of Kai van Eyck's, the suggestions for the uncreative collectivity, about joining in, and how there's so many like either social dances or choral singing or music that is often a kind of forced joining, and this is how we join, and this is how we do things here. This is how you socialize. Yeah, part of that essay was really interesting, and that just really reminded me, Elena, of that being socialized into collectivity can be a force, can be a violence, can be against an individual's wants, and how this refinding of it with you and your twin, just throws up so much ease and collectivity in a new kind of way. And yeah, that kind of egalitarian ideal.
what was it he wrote about? Do you remember, Tammy, in the end? Because I just remember us reading about it, and I think you remember more, and I would like to be remembered through you.
I can't remember all the specifics because there was a lot of journeying toward how we relate this to our experience of art and time and space. So I think he was using this idea of, you know, being forced into collectivity also as a kind of example of how art is seen as, you know, an event, and how that in a way lacks democracy. You just shut up, you sit and you listen, as opposed to I see, I perceive, I comment, which I think is more allowed in maybe gallery spaces. So he shifted from, my memory is that he shifted more from the idea of being like forced into a collective or rehearsal, that kind of, not violence, but he shifted from that to how we then experience mainly theatre rather than, I think, gallery. But it was just the moment, I suppose, of recognizing that in so many societies, and so much socializing of us is kind of like forced upon us. Like, this is how you join in, this is how you experience rhythm, this is how you experience being together. I think he was just really pushing back against those kind of those modes. So I really enjoyed that Elena has sort of come to this ability, this new ability, as it were, to really dialogue about where they wanted to join and where they don't, and what they want to perceive together. There's a real democracy in it, rather than a forced and learnt way of being together. Sorry, Elsa, I hope that helps.
No, it's great.
Was this, I'm also remembering something about unison as opposed to synchronicity, and that like unison being this kind of forced like move together at exactly the same time, and then synchronicity being like you're each doing your own thing, you're dancing around, and that in some moments, whether by choice or happenstance, you end up in brief unison and then spiral out of it. And yeah, that, thank you for bringing the text in, because yeah, that does feel so true to my experience. And also yeah, I think it also somehow comes back to what we've been identifying in relation to norms, or also, I guess I also want to relate it to my own feeling that, you know, feeling like growing up doing classical ballet and feeling this really like my whole goal in life as an 11-year-old was to move at the exact same time as my teacher. And it felt like it was like satisfying, but in a really kind of perverse way. Like, and it was so like not about my own subjectivity. It was about like fitting into that objectively matching thing. And again, it felt like really good. Like, I loved the corps de ballet growing up. It was amazing. Like, it was so powerful. And there was this beautiful kind of sense of like care and attention. I like read back recently one of my college application essays I wrote about being a Willy in Giselle, and like the radical collectivity we found. And it was beautiful. But then in retrospect, like now when I, you know, move in more of an improvisational workshop, for instance, and then find myself with dancing with someone or dancing in unison with someone, or notice that someone has taken on my action, maybe that's part of the score. It feels, yeah, like a choice. Like it's actually more exciting because someone has maybe chosen to be with me or I've chosen to be with them. And yeah, actually, the more I say this aloud right now, the more I feel actually confused by this, because I do think like the willy feeling was so good too, but it also felt oppressive, and it's hard to parse apart the difference in my lived experience, but also that has to do with maybe my maturity at these different times of dancing. But I wonder if other people have encountered this in their bodies, or how does it play out in your body?
I think I just hear a lot about choice or lack of choice as being something that's so important there. And maybe the only thing I will say is that, or maybe two things. One is remembering from this text that Temi mentioned. I think one of the phrases that he uses is about parts of me joining with parts of what other people do, rather than like having to subscribe in order to take part in something, or partially take a part of something. It's not, I don't have to subscribe to like being in a club or like wearing a badge or a uniform or being wholly something, but instead I can participate with parts of me joining with parts of what other people do, which I really like, because I think it feels kind of more accessible. And when I think of like the extreme tyrannies of imposed unison or opposed sameness, I mean, it's terrifying politically. And so now I'm saying loads of things. I said I'd say two things. So there's that kind of stream of thought, which connects actually to the second thing I was going to say, which is about, there's another really nice phrase in what he says. He responds in this text to a question that he's asked or that he's read somewhere. This is like my misremembered version of this text, right? The question posed in another context is, what are you doing here? Or it's more like, and you, what are you doing here? And the answer that comes, or the answer that this author finds is, well, what I'm doing is part of what constitutes this here. And I really, really like that, because thinking about like homogeneity, imposed kind of like we've spoken sometime before about like proprioceptive entitlement, who's allowed to show up, who's invited, what the conditions or structures already leave out and leave behind. The sense of like, well, the people who are there, or it's not quite right, it's not quite what I mean, that but by being there and in some way participating, you're contributing to what the here is, rather than having to already like have mastered something or have subscribed or shown up as something in order to step in. And I think in terms of thinking about learning and participation, for me in my mind, that feels quite different to, I'd say, well, it feels different to my experience of, say, education or like ballet training or dance training, for example. I could kind of go on, but maybe I won't. Although there is an example actually that I really like that I want to give, which some of you've heard before, so I'm sorry. So when I was training in dance, that I had this ballet teacher who, for me, like really kind of unlocked joy in dancing. It wasn't the only person, but particularly in ballet. And she taught in this way where, so we were like, it was like ballet for contemporary dancers. So like none of us were going to be, ballerinas. She taught us in a way where I think she taught kind of in some ways like above the level of the class. not for everybody, but maybe generally. And so sometimes we would do like floor sequences or traveling stuff, and maybe there'd be like a jump that also had like a turn. So there was like elevation, there was also covering space, and there was also like detail in the carryment of the arms or the feet or whatever it was. And we weren't I felt like her way of teaching held that we were all different in the class, and we all had different bodies and different strengths and different ways of learning and different desires, and also different reasons maybe for doing the training we were doing. I really felt like she was training us to understand how best to work ballet as a technique for our artistry and our bodies. And so she would like set the thing up, and she was a beautiful dancer, and it would kind of be in its whole, in all of its properties, the phrase, whatever it was, would sort of be unattainable. And so she'd be like, she was American as well. She's maybe listening, she's probably not listening right now. Maybe she's listening later. She'd be like, just get the height. Or she'd be like, go you, you've got the turn, you know, and everyone would get a different part of it. Like no one would master the whole thing. And sometimes people would just like fly across the room. And it was just like this approximation of like the wash of like being in the flow, like each person somehow being invited to like really be with what they already Julia Gleich, let's name her. She was a great ballet teacher. That we could each be in, and so say like, I don't know, maybe I was very good at petit allegro. Like I could be with the detail, and then I could work on like taking up more space, for example. And then someone else who like loved to turn, like they could work on that and use developing that with also the developing of confidence and enjoyment, gain more access to more parts of their capacity. And there's something of that pedagogy that I really appreciate. And for me, it sort of ties somehow to this thinking about parts of oneself in a way that doesn't feel like my arm is joining in, but my head isn't.
That's really, really lovely, Janine, just thinking about flying through space again. I'm actually still thinking about doing things together, or do like this what Eleanor, you said about being in the corps de ballet and this kind of feeling of, I can't remember actually what you said, but I'm relating to like the desire to like be part of something, but then also this oppressiveness. And I've been thinking about just quite recently a lot about doing something together with others as a way of holding myself accountable to the things that I want to do. And I've noticed this coming up during this year a lot, just in the last 6 months, of how like not having a workplace to go to, like for example, or like not going to a place where others are doing the same thing as you, and then losing that that framework and that structure, and how people have like created different ways to do that for themselves. And I'm thinking about my sister who's in her last kind of stages of writing her PhD, and she will like call someone on Skype, like someone that they've agreed to meet together online to write together. And then she was telling me about these YouTube videos that you can watch online, which are like 3 hours long, of someone studying. It's just someone like recording themselves writing, and you can just play it on, like in the background, and just have someone there with you. And it's kind of sad. Like it makes me feel sad, but also like kind of amazed at the same time, like the ways we can like trick ourselves into doing things. And is it because others are doing it that that make us kind of like gives us permission, or actually forces some kind of sense of responsibility in ourselves? And yeah, I'm really curious about this, because I've definitely started doing this with some friends and with people in my life, to agree on like a time, like we're going to do this together. And I actually feel like that's something that's really manifested in this year for me, because of the restrictions that we've had to live under. So I'm just thinking about that in relation to that text that we read at the beginning of this process of rehearsing collectivity, and of what that means to be together. There's also a stepping into from our own selves to agree to do that.
Somehow, Iris, what you mentioned, those videos, I just Googled them and it's suddenly making me think, well, okay, so many thoughts are flooding about this. Like, it's such a bizarre thing, really. It's making me think about that movie Castaway with Tom Hanks, where he turns a volleyball into a friend because he's alone on an island. And he draws a little face on a volleyball, becomes his best friend, Wilson. And like at the end of the movie, Wilson like dies or gets lost. And it's like incredibly, I'm actually like full of emotion remembering it, also because Tom Hanks looks eerily like my dad. So I get really moved by any Tom Hanks movies. But what I'm actually thinking about is, yeah, how these like virtual, like these fictions, like this kind of virtuality of community that I think of course is happening right now, but also has been happening all the time. And that almost, I was also thinking about like how plants can hold us accountable. Like the crystal lamp sitting in front of me, I feel like I got it at the flea market because it reminds me to kind of slow down, like enjoy, like I get great pleasure out of it. And that therefore it's not just an object I'm necessarily like instrumentalizing. Like I really respect it. Like it's my friend and I invited her into this space. And I guess I'm somehow what you brought up about those videos was just making me think about like how we can transform, or maybe start to think about the objects and the plants and like the non-human beings in our lives as collaborators, as fellow studiers. Of course, we've been forced, again, it's like I've been forced into this in a way through COVID. Like back in Brooklyn, my roommates' cats, Hector and Orson, were like, they're my lovers and siblings and friends. Like I really relate to them in incredibly full ways. And I guess, I don't know if I have a point here, but I somehow think this is like quite radical and like quite exciting that someone on the internet, on YouTube, whether we're thinking of that as a person or we're actually thinking about the video, like the video is your sister's collaborator, is your sister's coworker. Like initially I think it can feel like sad and like pathetic, but then it's also really amazing. Like, oh my God, this universe of non-sentient beings, whether it's like a digitized video or like, yeah, my lamp, are so rich. I don't know, my thoughts are spiraling about this, but this is coming up. Like, there's a lot of implications here. Like, am I just making this up to make myself feel better? Or is this actually like, is this all a projection and I am instrumentalizing these objects? Or is this like a radical way of reimagining what non-sentient beings have to offer our world and how we relate to them?
I think about it in terms of my relationship with time, because I'm thinking about my sourdough starter and when I have to feed it and when I decide to bake with it, that I have to follow what I'm following, what those yeast bacteria cells are telling me they need me to do. And it's it feels oppressive sometimes, because once I start, I can't really like let go of that schedule. It's like that's the next thing I have to do. I'm thinking about in terms of plants, like what they what it means, how they hold us accountable. And actually what I'm thinking about is like voice technology, and I've been imagining like potentially in the near future where I could, or if I'm in a situation where I live by myself, like how I imagine I would use it more. Like, I don't use it at all, like with like, like Siri, Google, Alexa, like all those kind of technologies where you can just voice like something you want to do and it will do it for you. Like look at where the nearest supermarket is, or setting timers and things. Like I imagine if I lived alone, I would be using that more, because it would become just think about Tom Hanks and the volleyball. It's like just become it, like you just create this imaginary thing that's holding you to account to do things that maybe otherwise, and this is my personal relationship with time, that sometimes it can just slip away because I'd rather be following desire or following like how I'm feeling in the present moment. And sometimes that can hold me back from projecting into the future, into what I'm doing or what I want to be doing. And this, what's coming up for me now is that session in one of the rehearsals we had with Temi's provocation about, Temi asked us the question of whether we orient ourselves more in the past, in the present, or the future. And that was really profound for me. I remember thinking in that rehearsal meeting session that we had, realizing that I actually sit very much in the present, and what does that mean in terms of my relationship with time? Because sometimes I'm just like moment to moment and not very much like in the next 3 hours I'm going to finish reading a book. And if I just had a video of someone reading on YouTube, I could put that on and that would make me read at the same time. I really feel like COVID and this year has maybe made us more accepting of those kind of technologies, or the way we like trick our brains into behaving or accepting those structures or those technologies. I am rambling a bit.
Well, I'm hearing you and I'm just wanting to interject, like, please don't, sort of get rid of this present orientation. Like, as someone who's so future oriented, I'm like, that's amazing, Iris. Like, hold on. Like, I wish, or I don't know, like that's pretty beautiful. And that's not, capitalism teaches us otherwise. Like I feel like impressed that you are sort of feeling naturally inclined that way, because I feel so worked on by this future oriented capitalist thing of like, what am I, where, what's my life going to be like in 5 years? Like, what am I working toward? Like all of that. And I work every day to try to quiet that and live in the moment and think like, what does my body want right now? So that's really, I don't know, I'm like, that's really beautiful. Like, I hope, plus Alexa is creepy. Having lived with her, like, mm-mm.
I feel like this conversation could go so many turns now in like thinking about future and prediction and Alexa. But what I'm actually moved to say is how I'm like in the past. The way that Elena's like in the future, and working to like suppress or maybe just manage something of that under capitalism. I feel like I'm probably having the same experience in the way that I feel legible to kind of advertising that tells me certain things that maybe I want to consider for my future, although it's not as kind of, what's the word, like polite as that, or it's not as gentle as that. It's quite a bit more aggressive than that. Like, face wrinkle masks, things I apparently should be, wearing to go to sleep at this point. But having this other experience where I feel like I think because of the way I process information, and because of the way that I experience memory as being, I sometimes have this analogy to like a dump or like trash heap. Not that it's trash, but just like that things for me don't break down at the rate that they seem to for other people. So I just feel like I'm living with like the detritus of pasts. So I feel like I'm having a different, I don't want to say opposite because I don't want to make the opposition, but a different experience. Also like under late capitalism, can we say that? To Elena, where I'm like trying to be present, but I'm also still with so much past, and then like the future is like, it's just signaling all the time. So it's like Goldilocks, isn't it? The three of us. Too much past, too much present, too much future.
Elena, I wanted to ask you to elaborate on something you said earlier. You were talking about just now, like 5 minutes ago, about our relationship to objects, and you're like, I don't know if I'm just like projecting all of this stuff or whether this is like a radical way of like looking at what objects are and how we are in relationship to them. And I just feel like they're so that's like not even a distinction. Isn't that like part of it, like the fact that they elicit certain things from us or elicit certain elicit a certain way of being or something from within us that actually gives them a power or a weight, and that is their like power and weight. I don't know if I'm making any sense, but it's an invitation to expand on what you ended with.
Whoa, Shivangi, I was just like like wait, Shivangi's right. Or like that's damn, yeah. Yeah, I haven't thought about it that way, actually. Like I was this, this is where I'm consistently coming up against my own like human centrism. Like in the way I phrased that, I was imbuing the power to like give objects meaning. Like I was giving that power to myself and not assuming that the object is sort of like inserting that idea into my brain, which is, I think, what I'm hearing from what you're describing. Like the object is like acting upon me, making me want to perceive it that way. And therefore the object has its own power and subjectivity that is like maybe intersecting with mine.
Yeah, it's like symbiotic.
Yes. Yeah. Heck yes. Yeah. This is where I'm like, that's it. I'm like, yeah. Yes. Mm-hmm.
That's great. These are the golden moments in Satelliser where you feel like you're a genius for like a little moment.
100%. Thank you for bringing that genius and making me reevaluate my assumptions.
Well, accidental genius all the way. It's just because I was actually just thinking about all our talk about objects and this phrase, like, what was it, non-sentient beings or something? Not something I've heard before, but I think I get what it means. I was just, throughout that conversation, was just thinking about like religious deities and like idols, and maybe it's just because it was Diwali yesterday, and this month is like of like great religious significance for Hindus. And yesterday I spent like a lot of the day near the altar, near the religious altar at home, watching my mum do various rituals with these non-sentient non-sentient objects, beings, and how that just felt really relevant, like the power that these objects or idols hold, and like that symbiotic relationship with ourselves, and like how it makes us feel, and then how we make the object feel, and then how it makes us feel, and then so on. And I was like thinking of you and Iris are both talking about so many different things in relation to this, and I was like, what, this is just all about religious idols, isn't it? How is this not part of what we're saying? And it just felt like I have to flag this up because it just feels like a massive thing that somehow isn't part of the conversation. And it does feel like, it just feels really relevant, like me like tending over my plants and like in the morning coming to kind of basically greet them in not such a ritualistic way, but I sort of come and just look at them and check out what new leaves are growing and who's doing what, who's like kind of starting to bend what way, who needs to be rotated, whose soil is maybe a little too dry or whatever. It feels like there's something religious in that, like in the very broad sense of the word.
Shivangi, it's not the same, but maybe just like a continuation of one part of what you said. But I'm now really thinking of Louise in Belgium, and how often in our sessions she'd have all these plants behind her, and she spoke one time about, I think it was in relation to like attention and maybe detail and slowness, about washing every leaf of every plant. And I just love that as a kind of image of, I guess, attending. And I also love how when you speak of the plants, the way actually Elena spoke of the light, like using like the pronouns. How's he doing? How's she doing? How are they doing? I live with a lot of plants. I have 17 in my bedroom alone. And I feel like I really feel them. Like I really feel so in tune with them. And if they're not doing well, like I feel like it actually hurts in some way. Like it's not my pain, but it feels like a kind of empathy. And I have this conversation awkwardly occasionally with my housemate, and she sort of humors me because I just feel so attuned to the plants. And I'm maybe a little overbearing in saying when he or she should be watered or moved or turned. I don't know if that resonates at all with what you were saying about now I can't remember the words you used, but What were the words you used when we were talking about objects, and then you spoke about deities, but you I can't remember the word you used, but this sense of like the aliveness or imbuing. Yeah, maybe. Do you know what I mean? I can't quite like catch the end of my sentence.
I don't know if this is what you mean. I was talking about the symbiotic relationship between us and the object, and how we make the object feel one way, and the object makes us feel another way, and that sort of continues. That was one thing I was saying. And then yeah, I don't know, was I talking about idols? And maybe Elena has a better memory than both of us.
I'm not sure, but I know we were like imbuing them with subjectivity and their own power. And how, yeah, I'm also forgetting the word Shivangi used, but it was so vivid when you described like the touching of the ritual object and it making you act a certain way, and then that making the object feel a certain way, and it being, envisioning this loop.
I feel like we all know what it is, but we don't know what it is. So I'm going to invite Janine to continue. I can't remember what I said.
I think I had no further content. Like when you're friends with someone on Facebook and it's your friend anniversary, and all Facebook like throws up is like your names and then like their own stupid video full of their cartoon version, and there's just like no memories because you haven't written anything to each other, you haven't shared any photos. I feel like that a bit. Like, I love this conversation, I feel deeply connected to it, but I have no further content right now in what I want to say.
This feels a little bit heavy maybe, but it's not kind of really what I want it to be, but just picking up words that I've heard since I've returned to the conversation, and about past and future and objects and detritus. And I've been thinking about how, of course, my future is a lot shorter than your futures, and I have a much longer past. And I have, or it feels like I have an awful lot of objects. And it's partly because the objects are also my grandparents and my parents' objects, as well as my objects. And I have a very complicated relationship with them because I treasure many of them. And at the same time, they feel like such a weight. Because of course, there will be a time when those objects have, in a sense, no meaning in this world. At least I won't be here, so their meaning for me is no longer present. So I'm often trying to find ways to decide what objects to hold on to and what objects to let go of and how to let them go and who to let them go to. And of course, some things have no meaning whatsoever to anybody else. I remember I was cleaning out my mum's cupboard. She was still alive at the time, but she was moving and I was helping her to move. And I always thought she had too much stuff and I'm way too tidy. And she was like more normal tidy or untidy, whatever you want to think. But I used to think her cupboards were really kind of a mess. So I was busy cleaning out one cupboard to try and help gather her things. And there was this really old thermometer. And I looked at it and I thought, oh, I mean, honestly, what on earth is she keeping this old object? I mean, I don't even know if it functions, it's so old. And so luckily, I mean, my goodness, I was about to get rid of it. And she said, no, that's my thermometer from my childhood. And it was like such a moment where I thought, oh my goodness, how could what would have happened if I had thrown this object away? So she has now died and passed away last year. And I have the thermometer. And of course, this little old thermometer means absolutely nothing to anybody else at this point except to me. And there will come a time when either I pass it to somebody and let them know its history, or I let it go and it just goes into the earth and the universe of things. And I don't know what I'll do with that thermometer yet. I'm just so relieved I didn't throw it away. Oh God, that would have been just so bad.
It's just making me think how important it can be to know this something about story and objects compared to like just if you just meet an object, maybe you don't have, of course that's what you're saying, you know, it's not the object, that it's not only the object, it's what the object kind of indexes in a history, and who's touched that object and whose mouth in this case that object has been in, and like sentiment, and it's maybe a swerve in a way. It's just making me think about story and value, and we don't have to extrapolate so far, but I guess it's just making me look at everything actually that's in my room, including some things that Karen has given me, and things that come from other people. And I'm looking at a guitar that is my housemate's guitar, that was her mother's guitar in the Philippines, and I'm just looking at many different things and their kind of the times that they've been in our lives, and sort of appreciating them all together, but also thinking it's such an obvious thought, but sometimes yeah, say, what is it, do the obvious thing. That's a Chatting Tanham, Tanning Chatham, Tatum Lyle, Paul Hughes, Rowan Udall thing, isn't it? Do the obvious thing, do the thing that's obvious, say the obvious thing, maybe. That what other people say things are and mean is so important to actually imbue meaning, and that story is so important for objects. And I have a similar problem maybe to your mum, Karen. I have a lot of my mother's clothing, things that she made, and I have some things that were my grandmother's, and I don't think I anymore have any things that were my my great grandmother's, maybe a few things. And actually, even if I don't want those things because of the history, and even if I appreciate them as objects, which I do, and the craft, it's so difficult to pass them on. So difficult to pass them on.
It's funny because this kind of reminds me really into the text that we've been reading, different texts, and I think is it Mind in Motion, Mind is as in motion, I think, one of the texts, or I think that was the title. I'm not sure if this is a quote from Jill Clark or Guy Clapp, but and this is a bit of a swerve as well, is that this is the quote, is we tend as a culture to value only what is tangible and measurable, whereas dancing is all about the ephemeral, the elusive in between. And I was just sort of thinking that what we do is transient. It's something that you can't even hold on. Yes, our bodies are transient. We're the things that you're talking about that are precious and have meaning and have story. That is also us as our artistic expression and our way of being. But yet, it's not something you can grasp or hold on to. Maybe that's why dance in some ways is always going to be seen as a less art form, I don't know. But it's, yeah, it kind of makes me sad. Sometimes I think the transiency of dance and how it goes with the body that goes, that artistic being, it, you know, eventually fade away. Whereas there's something, I suppose, archival in objects that you could place them, you know, in a museum or, I don't know, a glass box and label it and say this was so-and-so something, whereas you can't do that with what we do.
That you bring up that example, Tammy, of the museum, like I've been thinking this whole time about, I worked in the Yale University Art Gallery when I was in college. And I also studied art history in college. And a lot of the curriculum was built around object study, like go to the museum and sort of like analyze and through the form of the object, like articulate its history, articulate its embedded meanings. And I also worked for the editorial department. Like I helped edit the labels that go on the wall next to the objects. And what I'm thinking now that you bring up the dance example, which I agree with, there is like a sadness to it. Like there's there's something so amazing about Karen's thermometer. Like we don't have that for dance. And like we can, like I'm thinking of like certain phrases, like when I first learned set and reset with a member of the Trisha Brown company, and I will always remember that phrase, even though like, and that's like an archive that's in me, and now I get to like carry that archive. Like there are really, I think, examples of this, though of course, like even as I give that example, what I'm like, the archive is this like, is premised on value and like importance and like I'm connecting many ideas, but like somehow I'm like, everyone deserves their own little mini museum, I guess. Like I think Karen's like thermometer is its own little like archive worthy of like a whole, you know, document of its provenance and its stories. And maybe it doesn't need to be cataloged in the way that a museum is, because that can feel oppressive, but like I do think there's this weightiness. But at the same time, what I was so struck by in the museum is that the people of today get to write those histories. Like there's something, we're imposing a contemporary view on a past object of which we can not know everything. Like I was just reading an article about ancient Greek sculpture and the myth of whiteness, and how like ancient Greek sculptures actually were like highly colorful and decorated. And over the course of many centuries, because those colors faded away, art historians then took that and also embedded a kind of like supremacy of pure ivory caught up in you know, racialized hierarchies as well. It's like a whole complex thing where we've rewritten history according to our racist attitudes of the 19th and 20th centuries. So what I love about dance is like, yes, there is something where it's lost in history, but also it means that like people can't rewrite it. Like people can't impose their own contemporary viewpoints on it quite as much. And maybe there's something, I guess I'm like, there's something kind of poetic and beautiful in that loss. And it's, I don't know, there's something sort of like, it saves presence, it saves the liveness of dance from the kind of imposition of history. I'm rambling, but it feels, yeah, there's something beautiful to me in that.
I think though, I also hear something else like shadow in what you're saying, Elena, which is like, I just, when you were speaking, I was thinking about Cindy Minot's work, this commission, I think it's called Black on Black, it's from what I understand, it's an archive of Black dance. And I feel like some of what you've just said it doesn't work for dancers' work and artists who have been left out in their own time. Somehow, like this positioning of yeah. So it's a bit now. My mind's gone a bit fuzzy, but I'm like, yes, but I'm also thinking that in the horizon that each work is in, or each artist is in, it's not like everything is being accounted for in the same ways, and that histories fall out of history in close proximity to the time that they're in, I guess, because of in this case what you're talking about, like, well, whiteness, but also the privileging of objects, and maybe like the care, the kinds of care and conditions and construction and reconstruction. And then what I think is really interesting in this project, Zinzi's project, is that it's not again, if I understand, because it hasn't, I think the work's in process and it hasn't been shown yet, but it won't be recorded, so there'll be live embodiment of this material, these different materials, but that they won't that then the liveness will also won't be because, so it's allowed to change, basically. That's what I'm saying. There's like this, like, the living and doing of it, and I feel like that's such a conundrum in general for dancing in relation to objects that I don't know how to solve, because I guess it being able to preserve relates a lot to having access to kinds of power that preserves things in a canon or something.
And I wonder also whether, even if something is ephemeral, and yeah, even if something is ephemeral, whether it will still suffer from like the very human desire to constantly like capture it or grasp at it in some way. Like, I don't know, like, because dance is ephemeral and there's not much documentation of it, I feel like conversely we rely so much on photographs and still images, and like that populates our like memory. At least I mean, I can only speak for myself, but like kind of, I'm thinking about stuff I've read or understood or learned about in Bharatanatyam history from decades ago, which obviously I've not seen footage of, but my mind is still trying to grasp, well, what is that? And it basically jumps back to photographs I've seen, which of course are like, you know, say like a tiny fraction of maybe what that thing was. And I'm also thinking about how there's a dance form called I don't know how to call it, like a dance vocabulary called gharanas, which have been recently, in the last, I don't know, actually 30, 40 years, been reconstructed by this Indian dance academic scholar, Padma Subramaniam, who's reconstructed a whole dance vocabulary based on temple sculptures, the sculptures of dancing bodies and images found in temple carvings across India, and how like those sculptures and those sculptures are relating to an information we don't actually we don't have really very much of, and how she sort of spent, this academic and scholar has spent most of her life reconstructing what that dance vocabulary might have been based on what's been sculpted into these temples everywhere. And it just reminds me of this, like, I don't know, it just reminds me of how even though things kind of fall away through history, we do try and like preserve them in some way, even if inherently they defy preservation, and how whether that action on our part, like that desire, will mean that things that don't lend to natural preservation will always be like what's the word? Like, what is the word? Like, they'll not have the privilege of being able to be preserved in the way that they naturally want, that can be preserved, and like they'll be like subject to our desires and our ways of looking back at them and reconstructing them. And so whether things that are ephemeral are inherently kind of at a disadvantage when it comes to us and how we are always writing history no matter what.
And in a way, writing our futures as well. I was sort of thinking about how, for instance, music has been given such weight, both historically, present tense. And so therefore you have, mainly in America, musicians, let's take, for instance, Kanye West, who thinks that he can run for president because he's a successful musician. Because of his success in music, it's sort of like lending himself towards, because it's tangible, because, it doesn't feel as ephemeral or elusive. It's funny how that then gives this idea that, or let's say Arnold Schwarzenegger as well, being an actor and then, running for mayor and stuff like this. And it's funny, like, what dancers do we know that felt that they have the right or the privilege or the power to be able to run for some sort of like political leadership? Yes, Karen, hopefully. Oh, I thought Karen would say, no, I thought Karen would say, yes, I'm going to run for Prime Minister. So it's really interesting to me that there's something in the tangible that then history stands upon it, gives it weight, it fits in with capitalism, and then somehow, just because you're good at writing songs, or just because, then you think that you have other power in leadership. Do you know what I'm saying? Whereas I just don't feel, because of maybe the nature of what we do in dance, not that we stick to our own lane, but we've never been given those hierarchies. So we've never thought about ourselves in those same modes that other artists may see themselves as the all-seers or the all-leaders of a generation.
100%. Like, this is, I mean, Temi, what you're saying is the whole time I've been thinking about Saidia Hartman. I don't know if anyone's read her work, but she's this like Black feminist scholar who writes about the transatlantic slave trade. And her whole like sort of thing is how to historicize the women who were killed en route, like during the passage. And she has this article, essay, paper called Venus in Two Acts, where she basically speculates like, look, these women were written out of history. They were brutalized. And if we allow that, like, there is literally no archive of them. So, and that's like the ultimate, sort of what Saidia Hartman like basically says, is that that's the ultimate disempowerment. Like, not only were they disempowered in their lives, but now their lack of history is yet another form of like ultimate disempowerment. And that's sort of what I'm hearing in dance too, like because it cannot be historicized, it is a kind of disempowerment. And maybe, obviously these are not the same things, but what Saidia Hartman does for this history is she says, okay, well then I have to make it up. Like, the only thing left to do is to imagine it, is to fantasize about it, speculate about it. And she only sort of does that. Like, she sort of offers that as an invitation and then maybe never really does it. But even in the proposal to imagine, the reader then starts to imagine it. And I think, yeah, I guess I'm just like, it feels, I mean, when we think about now where politics in the US are moving, like I do think this kind of like, no, I'm not going to go there. I don't know. I was going to go on another train, but yeah, I guess I'm noticing like this, this is all about the politics of power, and like history and the archive is a kind of power. And I'm just struck by like, how can we push back on that? Like us in the position of dancers with what you're describing, Temi, as like the less empowered position than the music artist with the albums or the actor with the films. What are we doing about, like, how could we maybe emulate also Saidia Hartman's practice? I don't know if it's a perfect translation, but I've been really impressed. It's been such a bold approach she takes to be like, screw you, I'm going to imagine it. Like, if you're going to write my ancestors or who could have been my ancestors out of history, then I'm going to imagine who they were. I'm not going to allow them to continue to be silenced. And I guess I'm like, where does dance lie in that erasure?
I'm wondering if there's something different there for people that are creating and making work, making dance, and those where I would consider myself to be doing it. I don't make work, although in the way work is made these days, because it's so much more collaborative, obviously there's a sense in which I am making the work with others. I really like that dance is ephemeral for me. I like that it disappears. For me, it offers great relief. And I think that links back a bit to what I was saying earlier about objects and feeling weighed down by objects. Perhaps my younger self might have not felt that in the same way, but now for me, objects and kind of history just all feel too heavy. And I love that what I do, what I am, kind of disappears, because it feels in some way that I don't have to be responsible. And I really enjoy not having responsibilities. And I love that part of dance where, as I experience it, I turn up, I bring my being, and I'm responsible in that presence. And then it's gone. But of course, it's not completely gone, because it's in my cells, it's in the experience of those who've experienced it. And so it's there in history. It's just in a different form. And I like that way of being in the world, and I like it increasingly. And at the same time, I do really hear how important it is for the archive and for history to be there, and that does have an impact on power. And of course, if I wouldn't be doing any dance, actually, if there was no archive, if there was no history, because perhaps the possibility of it wouldn't be there in the same way. Well, actually, of course, I would be dancing. It would just be a different kind of dancing. It would be the dancing of daily life, and the movement in daily life, and the celebration of daily life. Yeah, so just sort of offering a different kind of view of contentment, really, with dance as an ephemeral art form.
I remember a couple of years ago when I got the opportunity to think about dancing, not making dancing, but dancing. And one of the words that you've just spoken there a few times, which is responsibility, I unpicked it a bit, and I realized that it's a word that's kind of it's been kind of taken on by I think a sort of neoliberal understanding of this idea of responsibility is that we have to take it. We take responsibility for, and it's usually attached to kind of wider system of the individual being loaded with affect and personal responsibility for and in the workplace or in situations. And at some point in looking at this word or studying this word in relation to dancing, I realized that if you break down the word responsibility, it's response and ability. And then I started to reimagine my preferred way of taking responsibility was the ability to respond, which is kind of the opposite. When I think about if I hear the word responsibility used in different situations, it feels like this kind of weight or this thing that I have to carry, or that's put on me by a particular contractual obligation or insurance policy or whatever it might be. But actually, if I think about dancing as having the ability, or one of the things I enjoy most about being a dancer is this liberated ability to respond, or the ability to respond. I think it comes closer, and maybe not to an ephemerality, but it comes closer to the way that I want to act in the world and the way I'm able to act in the world, often in my practice dancing.
Does that lead you to have any ways that you wish others to act in the world?
Oh, I don't know. I think for me, the ephemerality of it is just so personal, and perhaps to do with my own life experience and journey through life, and as I said, possibly age. I have very much felt the kind of responsibility that is not such a pleasant one to experience in life, where I felt the weight of responsibility. And it's really interesting to hear what Katie said there about ability to respond. I think that might be a very helpful way for me to think about some things now. I think it's also that at this point in my life, I actually don't want responsibility. I've had enough of it. I'm very relieved other people can take it on. And that's why I often say to many of you who are younger, how pleased, how thrilled, how relieved I am at the way you are engaged with the world now and with thinking about social justice and political action, because it felt like there were a few decades there where, I don't know, just there seemed to be a gap. That's how I experienced it. So I'm very relieved to be handing the baton on. I've said that before. I think all of us move in and out of times, even when we're young, of course, of having the capacity to engage with things. And it's really important to recognize that we're all carrying everything and we can't all do it all of the time, and it needs to be in balance somewhere, and you just hope someone else can take the weight for a while you can't take the weight. And of course, I found as I've got older, I can't take the weight as much as I used to be able to do it. I just don't have the same kind of energy, and it's not even a physical energy. I think it's also for me an emotional energy that I don't have. So I can dip in and out and hopefully make a contribution and say some things to younger people that might have some wisdom to them sometimes, knowing that of course we all make the journey, because of course life is a cycle, and it just keeps, the cycle just keeps repeating. The context may be a little bit different, and what's going on in the world at each time is a bit different, but the essential cycle of life is the same for all of us, and you cannot get ahead of that cycle. You know, we are each in our phase of that cycle. And yeah, we've talked a bit about it in the past, how to our older, I keep times because I know that what I've experienced, I know, in my phase of the cycle, it just, I know that those of you who are younger than me, you have your cycle to go through, and it, you know, this is such a cliche, but it is true. So I'm rambling a bit now. I think I've said before in conversations we've had how sometimes I struggle a little bit, but in terms of knowing quite when to speak from a life of more experience, and when not to speak. When will something I have to say be useful to a younger person, and when will it just be just too old, or too old, something like that. But sometimes this language, I was thinking earlier when I came in, actually it was way back in the conversation before I left, and Shivangi was talking about politeness and being excluded from a conversation if you couldn't find the way, if you didn't know the code, if you like. And I was thinking at that moment that one of the codes that I'm not familiar with, or the language I'm not familiar with, is, and I'm sure this has been repeated time and again, but I'm often not familiar with the language being used by a younger generation, younger people. I don't understand the language. I don't know what it means. And I'm sure when I was young, I also used language that people older than me didn't understand or know what I meant. So sometimes I don't know how to enter those conversations, that language. I don't know how to ask about it. So that for me is it was something around what Shivangi was saying around politeness and exclusion. So I think it's a kind of cultural exclusion that gets a little bit, one area of exclusion is naturally in generations. So just like I would use language or refer to things that someone of perhaps my own age group would understand, but by that I would then be excluding somebody younger than for me who just wouldn't have the same references. And it's about how we ask about those without feeling we have to know, of being able to ask in a state of curiosity and inquiry, and from a position of ignorance, but not always a chosen or positioned ignorance. That's enough now. Now I'm rambling.
I'm thinking of the word context in terms of time there, as well as in terms of space. So the context of Karen's youth, and also thinking about being an art maker myself, my constant concern and curiosity about the context that the work may appear in, and how the context changes everything. And the saying context is meaning. I don't want to go too into aesthetics and artistic theory at all here, but keep it more in everyday life. I'm just curious about how we can, as people, stay open to question and open to the people that won't know the context we are speaking from. Yeah, it's we're coming. Yeah, I guess I'm coming into othering, aren't I? Or bubbles, and what's that word? Confirmation bias, and all of that comes in here, and it's there, as Karen says, it's sort of there within our everyday life, within life as a cycle. It's there anyway, naturally somehow, and now it's at the forefront of thought, activism and current thought at the moment.
It's interesting because it makes me a bit what Karen was saying, and Rosemary, what you're saying. It reminds me of the text we read early on in our practice about the tyranny of structurelessness by Joe Freeman, and it was a little quote here was for everyone to have an opportunity to be involved in a given group and to participate in its activities, the structure must be explicit, not implicit. And I wonder if there's something that's not being made explicit for, I mean, maybe this is a question for Karen, but also to you, I suppose, Rosemary, because you do hold several groups, or you hold groups when you make your work, and you hold very large groups, and you seek to have people participate, I would imagine in a very equal way. Just how that gets managed so that people do have the ability to ask questions and hopefully not disempowered, or I suppose I'm trying to get to the essence of why Karen feels that she hasn't even got the words to ask the questions about the language or about what these new groups are saying or doing or being. What's not explicit, basically. What's...
Well, I'll respond and then I'll be quiet. Thank you, Tammy. Two responses. One is how to hold a so-called democratic practice as best one can, with all the flaws that come in there with one's efforts. I think I was thinking about Katie's talking about responsibility and Karen talking about being there very present in the moment in dance practice. And I'm conscious here of listeners possibly not knowing anything about dance. So I hope I'm clear here. But I'm trying to create a nurturing space where everyone is equal, exactly, as best I can. And to do that, I actually don't engage in people's histories. I've just realized that. So I don't do that practice of learning about people's pasts or anything. I try to stay in the absolute present moment so that everyone is equal in that moment, and the weight of the past or the weight of someone's experience isn't so relevant. So the 11-year-old lad in common dance has something to offer as much as the 80-year-old man that's never done contemporary dance before, and the contemporary professional in their 20s. So to get that level playing field, I almost need everyone to arrive in the present without the baggage of the past or future. So that was one thing that I hadn't thought about. I hope that makes some sort of sense. So I don't refer to it, and I talk only about what's happening now, and they talk only about their experience of what they're doing now, in that moment, in the here and now. And the second thing about that's so interesting, the quote you brought up, Temi, of explicit and implicit, because that's where misunderstandings happen the whole time, aren't they? It's about what's implicit that we don't know and what's explicit. And I would argue that in some cases today, it's explicit that certain people are not welcome because of the aggression that comes when someone disagrees with the consensus. And therefore it scares people that might disagree with that consensus to even open their mouth. So I'm finding that kind of energy around in certain debates very problematic because to me that seems very what's the word, indoctrinating and tyrannical on some level. So that tyranny quote was very interesting. Yeah.
I'm thinking about explicit and implicit, and how I think implicit is always present. It's inescapable that there's something implicit all the time, and sometimes it's hard to articulate what is implicit, and what's implicit is different for different people. And so even though we can make something explicit, and think we've kind of got something shaped, that something implicit remains in the conversation.
I was thinking in a way what Rosemary as well was saying, that people, part of being excluded is because people are being very explicit. In a way, I suppose then maybe this generation, or certainly on social media, really are defining their terms. so you cannot join their activities or their groups in a kind of funny way, that they're actually making explicit that these are our terms and conditions, and you know, if you don't like it, well, you know what you can do. I mean, obviously that causes an echo chamber, which I think we were talking about recently, and how dangerous that is. But also, in a sense, I suppose there is a lot of structure maybe around language now and about what groups are which, because everyone's very good at defining their terms.
Temi, can you say more?
I suppose it kept me going back to this tyranny of structurelessness by Joe Freeman, was because I felt that Karen, in talking about not having words to even ask about, you know, how language has moved on and what younger people are going on about, is I kind of felt that in a way that she was being excluded because there was something implicit that was going on, and she didn't feel included in part of that conversation. I mean, I suppose when Rosemary said more about it, that actually the kind of very intense, almost polemic ways people discuss their views kind of pushes people out. And I suppose in relation to this essay that was written, actually, I think that is correct. That actually you can't join an activity or a group if oh gosh, I'm losing my thread, because the structure must be explicit, not implicit, basically. And I felt like that's actually very true, and that's maybe a little bit of what we're seeing today. There's several groups with very, very strong identities, and it's not a given that they welcome or want everyone, because they have already defined their terms for their group, or their identities, or political identities. And I suppose maybe structure is becoming more explicit in a way. I felt that people were being excluded because things were implicit, but actually people are being excluded because things are explicit.
It makes me think about something I think that Shivangi was speaking about recently in relation to the speed at which response is expected. I think this might be a slightly diverted thought, but I don't know, something in the nature of what you just said, Temi, makes me remember the way that communication is expected these days, particularly online, and the speed of response that's often being sort of dealt with, can, certainly in my experience, there may be a want to join or a want to ask or a want to be part of something, and a fear that my slow response or my my need to think carefully or respond in time or across time can often means that I don't become part of, or I don't I choose not to enter in because I guess I have learnt that I'm not so good at quick quick joinings or quick responding. So it takes me a long time off, and then often I'm too late. Often I miss the opportunity to become involved in something that's happening, and it's not because I don't want to, it's because there's some I guess there's some fear around this kind of this expectation of something that's very quick or very and somehow an expectation that I can't meet that speed in dialogue, particularly online. It feels slightly in parallel to what you're saying, I think, but it's like there's a relationship. I can feel it in my body as you were speaking. It's this relationship between and maybe it relates to responsibility. There's a relationship to wanting to be active and wanting to be useful, I think, somehow in this mix of movement and movements. And also trying to work out how to do that with good care and attention. And often the ways in which I see it or sense it happening mean that I wait too long. Or I perceive that I wait too long.
Yeah, that's yes. I prefer that.
Important one in there.
Glad you said that, Katie, because I was just about to come in and say, don't be hard on yourself. No need.
It was making me think when you were speaking, Katie, a bit about maybe it's an extension of what you were saying, but something about kind of being corresponded through. Sorry, I'm going to cough for a second. Sorry, something about being corresponded through conversation with others. So like about the sense of like lag or something, or being behind, or just thinking more about like, in a way, as we're doing now, can a thought, a conversation, can a movement be kept alive through multiple voices and multiple bodies? So like, it actually just made me think a bit about gossip and just like chat. So there being like maybe softer entry points into conversation rather than, or maybe like more oblique, rather than like getting to the junction and being like, do I turn onto this road of conversation or not? It's more like being kind of woven in, or I just think there's like maybe different images that can support the sense that also listening and witnessing are ways to also be present in recording what's happening in a space. And I know it's also really important to speak, and speaking is I'm thinking like that as a white woman, to when, who and when we speak, what we witness is really important. and then speed can be really important in some circumstances, but we have to also, I think, have range and know that it's okay to be in range, in the sense that being slow is also not to say that we don't care, which is the opposite. So the opposite would be like, oh, are only the people who are quick ascribed with being people who care about something? Because I don't think it's the case. And I think that's something that I'm hearing in this conversation about social media and showing up on social media, and how if no one shows up to say, hey, this sentiment is problematic, or this is abuse, or this is harmful, then there's a problem. But how can we hold like that people are doing things in different kind of event horizons or different timescales, and not all of that is compatible with, say, online, and also not all of that is quick. And that for some of us, I guess I'm trying to confront like the ableism in the quickness, not as a criticism of what's been said, but as a sort of addition in how we might think about taking different roles in groups, and taking different roles in activism and in conversation and in dancing and in families and in whatever, that it feels important. Because if we collapse, if we only value speed, then I think we've got a real problem, and we've got more problems. And also it's an interesting way to draw attention to some of the problems we already have, like yeah, ableism and ageism, which I guess is also related to what's sort of was spoken about, that led in a way, was a tributary that fed into this conversation. Does that make sense?
Yes.
It makes me think as well about speed and the art form that we engage in as dancers and dance artists, and how much, I suppose, we know that research and time with our practice, time with our bodies, time with our thoughts is so important and vital to the quality of the work that we long to make. And it's almost anti-capitalist, because one must be productive, one must produce, one must commodify, one must act quickly, jump on that opportunity, jump on that risk, jump on that, everything's so like sped up, isn't it? Fast fashion, fast food, fast ideas, fast, branding, there's just so much directional energy, whereas I suppose what we engage in, and we're being forced to speed up as well, but much of what we engage in, I suppose, is about sitting with ideas, letting things unfold, uncertainty, not knowing, detail to the minutiae. Yeah, it feels very counter to the world that we live in. We're aliens here. Darn it. We got made a bit wrong.
I'm laughing with you, Temi. It's reminding me of a moment in, when you have a moment in your life where you feel like every cog or every cell in your body just kind of gives a little shake, like on a phone when they all start shaking it, and you go, what the hell's happened to all my apps? Everything kind of gives you a little shake up. And I don't know if I can describe this moment, but I'll try, because it was very mundane. I'm sitting in a car and I'm driving into a petrol station, and it's at the time of the fuel prices going up, and there was a strike on or something, and the lorry drivers were all protesting because of the cost of fuel. And there I am, having to queue up to get fuel because there's going to be a shortage, feeling absolutely guilt-ridden because I'm sitting in a car anyway, and I actually agree with the price of petrol going up. And this sort of dichotomy of feeling and the insanity of what was happening, that people were protesting and getting so enraged about what I saw as a rightful act of paying what you have to for, you know, this dreadful act of extraction from the earth and causing climate change, etc. And yet there I was needing my petrol. I felt so conflicted, and I remember thinking, I'm in an insane world, and the only thing that gives me sanity is to be in a dance studio. And that's a very exclusive thing to say. I don't mean to say that I believe that everyone can have that feeling. What we're lucky enough to have of that being with something and being in a moment of investigation in our bodies and with each other in collaboration and all of that. That's true in so many other things that we do as humans. So we all can have those moments of feeling truly human and sane somehow, or whole, or whatever that moment is. But somehow, like you said, Alien, somehow I feel very unsettled in what's seen as the normal world or the norms. And for me, being in the studio somehow gives me a moment where I don't have to conform in that way, but I understand that there are also issues around that, what I have just said.
I have some thoughts to what what you guys were talking about. I think most recently, Tammy, maybe going back a bit to that from university. Just want to say I don't feel like that in a dance studio, so, unfortunately. But because I was wondering if you guys are kind of interested or familiar in this concept of impasse that Lauren Berlan is talking about really nicely. Because she's talking about how an impasse is, and Anne Svetkovic talks about it also, like finding yourself in an impasse when you're stuck can create a new or a different kind of path forward, but they are very much like pressing on how this is not a fast move, and how it's not a at least that's how I'm reading it, that it's like I'm going to say what I think rather about the impasse, because I think that's a bit what we are in also, kind of in the moment, and how to think that just because we have had to stop a lot of things that we were doing before, the kind of acceleration of production is now stopped, and then how to move on from that in a way that is beneficial for us, so and not for capitalism or production values, or an idea that the more the better, the faster the better. So then I often kind of come back to this idea of an impasse as a as a possibility to actually change, but it's slow. And I also think that the impasse in itself does not necessarily have to feel pleasant. I'm rambling a little bit, I'm sorry. But what made me think about it was because I think you were touching on how it's not considered to take part if you're not fast. And I relate to that by also thinking how I often feel like I need some space before I can, like, I need to. You talked earlier about taking space in New York, and I think there is similar, like there are parallels to also taking space in a political discourse, or taking space in a, maybe on social media or whatever political action we want to make. That it's not only, it's not so easy to take that space if the space is not actually provided or given. So that, and for me, I often feel there need to be a pause before I can say it or do it or think it. And then Lauren Bellan talked about how by kind of focusing rather on the impasse or on the passivity or the slowness, it's not a, it also goes against what we think of as political, because we think of a kind of agitated, aggressive kind of politicality, because it's supposedly built on frustration. But what if one doesn't, like, what if I don't react to frustration with aggression? I react to it with slowness in a way, or like resisting something instead, or sensing something. And I know she says that that this kind of action, the kind of impassive politicality, now I'm going to quote, might look minor because it's not situated in the gestures of heroic action we associate with the political. And then I'm always get this image of kind of educated young men who has like who reads political philosophy in university and kind of stand up and like shout kind of communism with their fists raised, and how it's easy to still think that that's the ideal of politics, to have this like outburst of kind of which now I also agree with aggressive political action, but then I agree with it maybe more when it's coming as an action on the street or from a group.
I don't use that word, impasse. And when you started, it made me think about whether, I think I've heard it used where you say you make an impasse. And then I thought maybe I should look it up. look up the word so that I could understand it, whether it's a conscious action or a thing that happens or a thing that sort of happens around you. And then I thought maybe to ask you more about, or to maybe give an example of one, so that I could situate it somehow more in my direct experience, or to ask anyone. Because actually what it made me think about was a gap or a space of not knowing.
Yeah.
Which yeah.
I mean, is an impasse also a street that comes to an end in English, maybe? But I think an impasse is not necessarily, also not for me, a positive word.
Yeah.
Even though, like, it's not, it's not, but it's like a situation that has a standstill, something that hinders further action, like being stuck. When you don't know, when you don't know how to be in the world, or even how to live. So it's not a pleasant feeling, definitely not. So I see what you mean. It's maybe a bit further. Oh, it's maybe a stronger action than what you were describing a bit earlier. But I know also we spoke about it very early in springtime that because of different situations I was experienced, both like personal and professional, obviously, and global. And I felt that I was like, people were always telling me to like take one day at a time, and I both felt that one day was too long. Like I couldn't actually manage one day. So then another friend said, okay, take half a day at a time. And I also realized how even though I've been taught this before, I didn't have any practice in actually doing it. There was like nothing has prepared me, nothing in how I've been brought up or educated or read or talked to has prepared me to a situation where you have to take like 4 hours at a time. And I think that is definitely an impasse. Like looking back on it, I would say that's an impasse.
I wondered if an example, I don't know if these are examples, might help the talking, and maybe I've gone somewhere else, but when Elsa and Katie were speaking a moment ago, I was thinking about examples of activism that is, I think all that, I don't know, it's hard with the languages. I was going to say like overtly kind of choreographic or embodied or maybe related to things that we know about in dancing. And I think that actually sounds too crude what I mean. So maybe I just say the examples and then you make what you will of it, and we can talk about it some more. I was thinking about impasse as or maybe related to things that we I was thinking about impasse as like a place where there's no clear way forward, and I was thinking about the AIDS crisis, and I was thinking about some responses to that. I was thinking about the die-ins, these so like physical protests where bodies became heavy and still, and a heavier body is harder to move, so sort of resisting through a kind of willful passivity. And then I was also thinking about the lunch counter protests and the civil rights movement. So I was thinking about protest and impasse and persistence, in a way of continuing to be there bodily, and like something about slow and slows, and like the time frame of that as an interruption in not an interruption, but as maybe a counter to expected outrage, or it was just something that was spoken about earlier, made me think about this thing of fast and outrage. So my mind is going in so many different places. The other thing I was thinking about is something that Karen said a while ago when we were speaking about protest, and we were talking particularly about suppression of protest. And she said something that I found really beautiful to hear, which was that like protest is kept alive for generations. So like how perhaps when I think of the word impasse, I think of like some kind of mountain range and not being able to cross. But maybe it's both much bigger than that and potentially smaller than that. And that's, oh yes, this was the other thing I wanted to say, was about kind of being a friction. That Karen's also spoken a bit about being a friction in a system. And sometimes that involves not giving consent for things to go in a certain way that they're already going. It's not necessarily doing an opposition. It's just withdrawing consent or labor or motion or volition from a body, let's say.
I'd like to just come back to Elsa for a minute to just say how courageous I found her contribution then in explaining her feeling of being in that impasse place, and the lack of preparedness to cope with that state. And as a carer of someone that hit a very severe impasse, if you like, I had to learn as quickly as I could, and it took some time, to even just get through a breath or get through a minute, because I couldn't face 5 minutes of the pain I was dealing with in the other person I was looking after. And I realized that the road to recovery for that person and for me was to approach everything incrementally, so that I wasn't overwhelmed by the complexity of that situation and that illness, and also life. And it's been a huge lesson for me that if I do feel overwhelmed by a massive project I'm undertaking, or by the suffering that I see in the world, that all I can do is take it moment by moment. And I think that's I think that's, how can I put it? I think it's something to take heart in, maybe is the word I want to say to Elsa, to that is also an action. And I felt very strongly when you gave us the picture of, you said something about young men with their fists in the air shouting. And I'm thinking a lot at the moment about doing and shouting, talking about and doing, you know, just being there day by day, doing your bit, you know, saying hello to the next door neighbour, as we talked about earlier, collecting the kale from the allotment, which I did in my little hours break between these conversations, saying hello to people as I witnessing children playing and mothers and fathers and witnessing nature. And that's all part of it. That's all part of it. It's not lesser. It's, yeah, it's like the hare and the tortoise mentality. In the end, that plodding state may get you further.
So I think I'm kind of compiling a few things, and this is not a statement or a, well, I'll say what I've been hearing, because these are the, or what I'm well, no, it's not digesting yet, what I'm chewing from the last little while. And there's something going on for me about a no, like this word no now, which or no as an action, that I'm it's not the same as the examples that Janine gave, but there's something about no, or a refusal to get on the train, or rest or slowness as action, slowing down or rest, or it doesn't feel like a refusal. That's the wrong word. So no might be the wrong word. Anyway, there's something about this relationship between Elsa and Janine talking about impasse and action, and I'm just chewing on the feeling of that I have, that it's not a refusal, but there's a no in there somewhere. It's like, no, actually. And a familiarity with a sense of not knowing where something is going. Which has kind of been sort of corrupted by a new feeling about something not known. So I often really like being in places that I don't know. I like it. It's a situation that I make manifest for myself in a really positive way. It's about not needing a destination or not needing to know the answer to questions, or not needing to conclude or sum up or even end a sentence sometimes. It's a space that I make for myself often in life, and at the same time, in especially in relation to what Elsa was saying, this one day at a time thing, also kind of corrupting my experience of enjoying not knowing, when we're suddenly plunged into a world which doesn't know. And then something you said, Rosie, in relation to a breath at a time, really moved me. This satisfaction of being with one breath at a time. Or for you, it came from a survival, a need to survive that situation, but also a noticing of like, now I'm thinking about one word at a time, or
This one thing at a time, or this one breath at a time, really makes me think about giving birth. In order to get life out into the world, you could only, I remember it so vividly, I could only deal with one contraction at a time. I couldn't think about the past contraction. I couldn't think about future contractions that were going to be potentially worse. I could only deal with just that contraction, that moment. And as they intensified and got closer and closer together, that ability to release the past, not think about the future, just deal with what was happening now became ever more present. I just had to stay present, stay present, stay present. This is what you're dealing with right now. One breath, one push, one, and it just, really reminds me of that. There is something in the survival, but also in the glorious ability to push life into the world effectively. You have to be, I mean, this is only obviously the privilege of being able to give birth naturally, of course, and my body was healthy and able to do that with my two children. But there's just something very interesting in the most precious thing coming forth into the world. There is this one moment at a time that has to take place. Bonkers.
Sorry, that's so true, Tammy. That's really helpful. Thank you. It's so true. and the way time is experienced. So, you know, you might be having contractions for something like 3 hours and it feels like 5 minutes, and everybody else in the room is like dying of hunger, and you think you've only been going for 5 minutes. Everything just shifts, doesn't it? So dramatically. But yeah, that incremental approach, yeah, to something that then whooshes out finally.
It's funny that you folks are mentioning birth. I haven't given birth to anybody, and I know that there's lots of different ways of giving birth. But I thought this earlier, and then I was like, oh, I better not say that. But now I will, because you've invited it, people who have given birth to humans. So at some point I was, you know, thinking about leaving dance and maybe retraining as a midwife or a doula, and I was looking into it and speaking to people and doing some research. And I learned this one thing that I found like really interesting, because it seemed to be the opposite of what I'd heard about birthing, which is that apparently, this is for all you people out here who are listening, who are going to give birth. Apparently, if you press like the perineum, so you like do the opposite as the like the baby's coming out, it helps to prevent tears. And I found that really interesting in like both the sense that this is information that midwives have had, I think, for a long time, that like gets removed, edited out of, I guess, sort of medical, more Western modern medical practice maybe, but also the sense of like opposing force is actually helpful, which I think is related to some of the stuff we've been talking about. Like, it's not all about, yeah, go for it, great, get it done, do it. It's also about offering there being feedback, and in this case of birth, and I'm saying it as if it's light and doesn't affect him, and of course that's huge. That's a huge experience to have, and if there's possibility to minimize pain or sort of repercussions, that's a great thing. But I'm also thinking about it kind of as an image or a metaphor for like what it means to bring something forth, maybe anything, that some opposition, some feedback, and I guess we know this in a way from being people who live bodily in a world, that having touch or having feedback or being able to press or feeling resistance gives us information about where our bodies are in space, or being able to be in conversation where we hear differences of opinion helps us to form our own opinion and perhaps steward forth some ideas that we wouldn't have had in a vacuum. So now it's like a slightly tangential relation to birth, but I felt quite pleased that you guys, you people, you folks who'd given birth sort of raised permission to maybe bring that image.
I wish someone had pressed on my perineum.
That's what I was thinking as well. Second degree tears here. Oh, where were you, Janine?
I'm so happy to have that metaphor and image. And I'm really, it's making me think about impasse in a whole different way, actually. And also, I'm not going to go on about birth too much, but also actually being gently guided over many hours to actually stay slow. So in the last stages of birth, when your body really wants to push, there's actually a lot of waiting that has to happen. So that idea of like a slowness or an oppositional, it doesn't feel oppositional, but this kind of like slowing the action down so that it comes gently and safely is really that really resonates. that really resonates maybe with some of the earlier offerings around the speed at which we're being asked to respond to things or to do things, or and then well, my tiny baby is nearly 16, and last night she asked me, she asked me, she sometimes asks for pressure, like a lot of weight or pressure, and it makes her laugh, and I feel really happy that sometimes she still asks for that, and last night actually that I ended up kind of putting all my weight on. She was lying face down and I put all my weight on her and kind of wriggled into the same position as her body on the floor of my lounge. And there was something in this kind of opposition, or it was being asked for and being resisted at the same time, but there's something that happens in receive, or in this kind of very funny but very touching literally touching moment that also does something to both of our bodies, that sort of dispels tension, and also, I don't know, something happens in our nervous system where the seriousness or something that's built up through sometimes days or weeks just gets squashed. And it's without words. It's not I feel super lucky for that somehow now, especially, but also because this tiny thing that got pushed out many years ago is now the same size as me. It's like something in the
I love the idea of something coming forth safely, how you said, and makes me think back to Elsa and the impasse and getting through something very painful. I don't mean just, I don't mean birth, but what I was alluding to earlier, by doing it slower, because then the recovery will be deeper. So this thing about speed is so relevant, but then also the pushing, this pushing energy. I love it. It's my favorite thing about dancing with people is the pushing with someone else pushing me, and I'm putting my hands against their hands and the palms are meeting and we're pushing. Some people say that's kidney power, the meridian. And it's how I start every workshop with strangers, so that it made me think about the question Temi asked about how I, how I manage groups with very diverse backgrounds and belief systems, etc. And that's how I do it. It's that moment that Katie felt with her daughter. It's that pushing so that you feel the other person's weight meeting you. You have some responsibility for their weight. They feel your weight. You know where you are. They know where they are. It's like in a microscope. You've just hit the nail on the head, Katie, because that's what touch does. It gives you more clarity about who you are. That's why she asked for that. And here we are in this impasse situation where a lot of us aren't receiving any kind of touch. So it's even harder to know who we are.
That makes me think of a very funny situation I was in when that was the idea, but it didn't really work. But do you know Starhawk, the a witch writer and activist. She's really great. She's like a environment activist and a witch. She wrote a book called Dreaming in the Dark or Dreaming with the Dark. Yeah. I think you would all like that actually. But I was in Belgium. She's American, and I was in Belgium, and we kind of had been reading her a lot in a group I was working with, and then we realized that the day after she was going to have some kind of meeting in a really tiny town, and we were like, we have to go there. So we drove to a complete kind of Belgium hippie colony that and it was about permaculture. It was really good, but there was one moment anyway. It was very, very, very hippy dippy, and kind of everyone is, you know, when everyone is talking like this, and like, hi, how are you, and where are you from? That kind of atmosphere. And we were standing in a circle, and she was having this really nice, inspiring speech about because she often do warm-ups before demonstrations, which has to do with grounding and breathing and kind of connecting to the ground to be able to protest, so that you're grounded in a way to not be able to be pushed over. And then she said this was both as a metaphorical sense, but also as a physical sense, that if you're grounded, the police actually can't carry you away as easily. And then I was standing next to her, and it was like a circle of, I don't know, 50 people or something. And she pushed me, and I stumbled over, and she was like, see, you were not grounded, like you were not prepared. Now take like a breath, focus on your feet. And I did all this, and then she like, and now I will push you. And then she pushed me, and I fell over again. And she was like, and she was like, no, because obviously she was so strong. But it was meant that I would then be able to like push back and be ready and respond. And then she just kind of kept pushing me over, and I just couldn't. And it was so funny because she seemed a bit annoyed, and I was a bit annoyed also. And it was also funny that I maybe hadn't been like grounding myself enough in this day, because Starhawk could still push me over. So just a little anecdote.
You hampered her lessons.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, oh, okay, wait, okay, try again. It's like, okay. wait, let me ground myself. Okay. No.
That's hilarious. I love that story. I want to tell you one just to make you laugh, because I know I'm the one that drops something heavy in, it feels like, so I'm going to try and drop something light in. I was trying to learn Aikido in New York years ago, and I was studying with this great master, and I was doing ki training, which is where you learn about the sort of energy routes through your body, and you try and strengthen the root of the ki or the chi, and you can resist someone coming to attack you. So that's basically what you're doing. Okay, so you have to sort of be on your knees, or you're standing and you're holding it, and then opponents will come and surprise you. So they could clap, or they could come from behind and push you without you expecting, so that you stand firm, like you're describing, Elsa. And I was thinking, I'm getting so good at this. And I was feeling rather proud of myself and thinking, right, I'm really grounded. I'm ready for this test. And I was standing there, and people had pushed me, and I was like, yeah, I've got it. And he came along, and he stood in front of me, and he looked into my eyes. He didn't touch me. and I fell over.
Wow.
And then I got up again and he winked at me and I tried to hold it again and he looked at me again and I fell over. Didn't touch me, I just collapsed. And I was like, so sort of like, oh my God, this is ki coming through the air. And then he just winked at me and went, pride, and wagged his finger and moved on.
Pride, like you had pride or he felt pride?
I had pride and it was getting in the way.
We have this saying in English, pride comes before a fall. So I guess he was practicing some kind of joke.
I was. Yeah, he had such a twinkle in his eye. He loved it. But I mean, to this day, I've never, it's like I was a marionette and he cut the string that my head was hanging from. Honestly, I've never experienced anything like it and I probably never will again. That was the power that I was nowhere near having.
This is making me sort of everything we've spoken about in the last 10 minutes about opposition and I guess, yeah, these energy flows that Rosemary just brought up is making me think of a lot of things that we have spoken about. And I'm trying to panic-strickenly grasp at one of those things so I can bring some clarity to this. But so first I was thinking about this image of Katie lying on top of her daughter and giving her weight, and how it can be defining to be pushed against something, like finding a boundary with something brings sort of definition to yourself, and how opposition can be a defining energy. And then I was thinking, like, when is that not true? And I was thinking of a car crash of two cars just like speeding towards each other and colliding in this kind of explosion of metal and sound. And sort of opposition also as violence, which is, I think, closer in my mind to what opposition is in recent times. And just, yeah, thinking about opposition, the immediate associations that come to mind are more violent than supportive or defining. And then I was thinking, so what is the difference between different kinds of opposition? And I feel like it's something to do with orientation, or like the direction in which the opposition is happening. So, okay, clarity. Okay, so like two cars colliding is very different, obviously, because they're not already in contact and negotiating a weight transfer. They're like coming from different places at speed, and the opposition, the contact is so momentary. It's not something that's been constructed and is in negotiation over time. But also, I feel like this image of two cars colliding is so unidirectional. It's like there's just one plane of direction there. Whereas opposition can have it can hold multiple orientations within it. And I guess when I decided to speak just now, I arrived at a memory of something we've spoken about in previous sessions when Elena was doing an interactive sort of exercise with us. And she sort of lulled us into this, not lulled, she created this sense of safety and security, and we had our eyes closed and we were imagining the scenario that she was describing, where we felt totally comfortable and cared for and really at one with our environment and safe in our vulnerability. And then she juxtaposed that with a very different oppositional scenario where like someone we found extremely threatening appeared in that scenario in front of us, and we were kind of honing into how does that make us feel, that change. And one of the things that I felt immediately was that the dispersion of my inner energy that had been until that point kind of three-dimensional with multiple orientations had like suddenly pulled up into a like linear or like unidirectional energy. And yeah, I feel like there's something about orientation and like the multiplicity of orientations when we're thinking about opposition as a force.
This Shivangi, what you've said is it immediately made me think of, and we don't have to go there, just to say, like the recent news and political unfoldings, and like a two-party, well, let's say, okay, maybe it's not really a two-party system, but I'm thinking about like US politics. I'm also thinking about Brexit here. I'm thinking about like when you gave the image of like the two cars that they're not in a relationship already, or they are but they don't know it. I was thinking about contact and the closeness of like, if you could see me, I'm like, I'd put my hands together and maybe in a prayer position move them like side and side, like somehow feels like that motion, say like in the Brexit vote, like 52%, 48%, or thinking about the blue vote and the red vote, and how it feel, is it true that I could place my in a system where my options are kind of binary, it's like it's this or it's this, I can place my vote in one of two places or a third place, but the third place in a way is only a negation of the other two because of the way the system works. But there could be so many different stories for why I would place my vote in one or another that are not when there's a victory announced, or so I also question, can there ever be, so I question victory also, just skim over that, like I just really question that. I just feel really confused by thinking about victory and not victory when almost 50% of people can be putting a vote in one place rather than another, and then the narrative that comes out is one story. I know this is like way more complicated than this, than I'm making it sound, but I think what I'm hearing in what you're saying is that there's so many there's so many different reasons, or like it's not an XY axis, there's like more like a circle basically, and there's loads of different points in the circle, or it's more like a scatter graph, and then we can just crudely map onto that something that's a trend and be like, okay, this one's the winner, but that doesn't account for all of the complexity that data actually holds.
Yeah, this makes me think about the body in relationship to this, and takes me to Sarah Ahmed's work in queer feminology, and bodies moving left and right, near and far, up and down, this sort of circular thing that you're talking about, and tending towards objects in space that are already in place, that are already there, and that our bodies are just moving in those multiplicity directions to orient ourselves. Yeah, I'm not quite sure where I'm going with this, other than wanting to bring her into this conversation. I think she's already here in this conversation. But just to kind of bring that back to like a physical body sense that we are doing that all the time.
I don't know whether I'm gonna sabotage what you've just opened up, Katie. I hope not. But thinking about orientation also makes me think about some of the conversations we've had today about speed and how we've talked about the ability to go faster or the ability to go slower and the ableism or ageism in those narratives. But I think like in the same way that thinking about velocity is richer than thinking about speed, I think that there's also something about, are we all standing in the same orientation, going at different speeds? Or are some people having to turn around on the spot before they can join in? And like turning as a movement as well, and how you might be on the spot, but changing orientation has a velocity. And it has like, you have to expend energy to also change direction.
That's so expending energy to change direction. It's just making me think about change and rates of change and how people cope with change and how hard it is at different points in your life or different kinds of change, how hard that is, but also how brave it is and hard it is to change your opinion. And you've just kind of described it sort of metaphorically, physically, a kind of change of opinion. And I'm now not going to be able to quote this book, so I really apologize, but I'm halfway through a book about how to think. And he gives an example of people coming from opposing backgrounds or viewpoints in a debating society, and how victory or success is, I love that word, victory, what a word, a success was measured in that particular debating society by whether you could change somebody's mind, but also weight and honor was put on people that did change their minds. So and there was a word for it, that you were changed on the floor. I think it was that somebody's debating power meant that you actually switched your opinion, and that was seen as a real positive in your character. And it's funny, we were talking about character earlier on today too. It's just made me think about that, about sort of how you change people's minds, or how you change your own mind, and how we've talked about impasses and flow just in the last hour. And it almost created an impasse in the way our conversation went, which I thought was hugely helpful somehow. Of rates of flow, flow, we all look for flow. Flow is what happiness is, I think. And yet sometimes we need places where everything kind of fills up before it flows on again. I don't know, I'm just interested by this rates of change and how you change your own mind, how you allow yourself to be changed rather than just going with the flow. I guess it's coming back to that thing about feeling like you're part of a group because you're thinking the same way as them, and you get all that affirmation because you think the same way, and that feels really good. But that sometimes you have to absolutely resist that in order to look at all the facets that you're talking about, all the facets of the truth or whatever it is we're searching for.
Yeah, we are products of our environment. And I think coming from the US and recovering still from a really intense post-election, and we don't need to take it there, but I think this idea of the flow and being in conversation with people of differing orientations and thoughts and systems of thinking through things, that it's been something I've been trying to navigate myself, knowing that with certain people, I want to remain in relationship too. And how do I continue that thoughtfully while wanting so strongly to change someone's mind? And I think I've learned, I am learning to give people space to process change, that it's not something that really is overnight. And we know this, but sometimes when it feels so political and it feels so obvious as the other person, it's like going back to time, like that, like real change happens really slowly over time. And when you're really trying to change someone's mind or change someone's perspective or orientation towards something, like as much as it seems, again, I'm going to kind of repeat what I'm saying, but it seems so obvious to you, it's like, well, there are many steps that person needs to take, and honoring those steps along the way, even as frustrating as it may seem.
I'm just realizing something, that I feel like in my life, when I'm in a dialogue with someone who has a different perspective or belief about something, or we disagree, and if I feel like I mean, it's also quite an imposition that I put maybe on other people to try to turn their way of thinking more to my way of thinking, for example. I guess what I'm trying to say is I feel like we ask people to change their mind and to say that they've changed their mind in the same moment. And I think that feels like the violence, because I feel like I want to live in a set of situations where it's possible that I right now don't know everything that I will come to know over my lifetime, and that I can be robust in how I interrogate things that I have thought in the past or have received that are hurtful to other people, whilst also like being loving towards myself and other people. And if I extend that to others, I don't want to be in a situation where to change one's mind because of new information, or to not change one's mind because the new information is rooted in a different belief system that's incompatible with the one that's held. I don't want that to lead to a situation where the only outcomes are like shame or the end of talking or something. I guess like another thing that came into my mind about this thing of victory that we just sort of skimmed a few times past was when I lived in Belgium for a year. I lived part of the time on a street that was called Rue de la Victoire, but in Flemish it was overwinning or overwinning Straat. And I liked how the dual language system there, it like revealed more of the sense of what it is to be victorious, which is it's not that I win, it's that I overwin. You know, I win over that. There's someone else has to go down so I could go up. In for me, there's that sense in the word victory. And I would like to think that in somebody, in being in communion with people who have different opinions to me, that I'm as available for change maybe as they are, according to like what's shared. And it also might not be that anyone has to change, but more like get more information or something.
Two things came up. I think Katie mentioned Zara Ahmed, and I was thinking about her lecture and the transcription of her lecture, Queer Use, and one of the things that it was an image, actually, one of the images that is in the blog that is her transcription that I remember often, perhaps in relation to change, is this the image of like the main path. It's like the main path, and she speaks in a really brilliant way about the fact that if we're not on the main path, if we can't get on the main path, or if we're not on the main path, then the labour required to move in that direction is much greater. Somehow it related to something Shivangi said about the labour of staying still, actually, or the labour of turning. And I think really literally about the Ahmed image of the main path. It's like, actually, if I am in the woods and I choose not to walk on the path that everybody else has walked on, then it takes me longer. I get muddier. Sometimes I fall over. And that's obviously a choice, but I think about it in terms of the number of intersections that each one of us may be moving forwards with. And then I also thought about rates of change. Reza Menakan is an African-American man who is a somatic experiencer, and he was the one I listened to some work about where he speaks. He does a series of really short, he wears brilliant shoes. He does this series of very short films about trauma, and in one of them, and I think we've mentioned it before, he speaks about 7 generations, it taking 7 generations for some kinds of change to become manifest. And if I remember that when I'm trying to change someone's mind, for example, or when I may be trying to change my own mind too quickly, then I can be a little more comfortable with being part of a change. Rather than, I don't know, pushing the change out through its birth canal too quickly. I've been thinking about
it's from this concept of not doing. When I was listening earlier, just a lot that's coming up. Really just taking time to listen after taking a short break and coming back. I've been thinking a lot about this concept of Wu Wei, which is a Chinese word for, well, it comes from Taoist philosophy that I don't know about. I wasn't educated in this. It's something I'm just discovering. And it's the act of inaction or effortless action or actionless action. And so according to the central text of Taoism, the Tao Te Ching, it says that the way never acts, yet nothing is left undone. And I've been thinking about this a lot, just as a way of helping myself sometimes with decision making. And I think I entered the conversation maybe towards the end of this idea of impasse that I think came from Elsa. So I was catching the end of that and then really enjoying just listening to Shivangi's sort of imagery that I think was coming through. I'm linking lots of things from the last hour, from what I'm relating to, and thinking about what Katie said about when her daughter is asking to feel pressure. And I loved what Shivangi said about receiving the opposition or receiving weight in order to discover definition of ourselves. I really enjoyed listening to that, and made me think about gravity actually, and how we are always in relation to gravity, or that it has this that it's everywhere. It's kind of relentless, that it's ever present, that we are, that it requires energy and force to be opposing to it. I'm doing a series of bullet points in my head of what's been coming up for me, and then what I began thinking about in terms of what's been happening in the last week or two with in the news and in politics, and how we, and in debating what Janine said about how we can get definition or clarification through opposition. And it's making me think about what's actually just happened just in the last few days in Hong Kong. What happens if we remove opposition completely? Because what's happened is that a law has just been passed in the last few days where 4 pro-democracy legislators have been disqualified in the Legislative Council, which is equivalent to the Parliament, the government in Hong Kong. And since they announced the disqualification of these 4 people, or pro-democracy legislators, the entire pro-democracy kind of party, or all of them, all of the standing members currently still standing, all resigned as an act of resistance, as an act of defiance against this law. And it's just a very incredible moment, but also quite I'm sort of still shocked, like, what does this actually mean to remove the entire opposition? But they're doing it as an act of defiance. Yeah, it feels very uncertain and unknown, but really, like, really interesting, like, really not even interesting, just like yeah, incredible act, I find, to do that together in unity, to resign en masse. Yeah.
Iris, do you think that act, that group act, does it is that act then asking for it's asking for attention, or it's drawing attention? I would say it feels like the image I have when you say that is like adding to a landslide in a way, like something that's already happening and then being like adding more of that. Sorry if this is really crude. I guess I'm wondering, I'm wondering where an act of perhaps unexpected action is going in the direction that the dominant power is itself proposing. What potential is there for the defiant action to be attended to, and what is it asking perhaps of the witness or witnesses? Does that sound like an appropriate kind of question? It's the one that's coming up for me. Does it make sense?
Yes, totally. My response is I don't know. It feels like a last resort. It feels like an act of solidarity as well. It's symbolic. I think that's what it is. It's symbolic, and it's a need for something drastic to change, and by doing this mass resignation and this removal of an opposition, it's what they're doing is what I feel, and I haven't been reading so closely into the situation. It's like a huge kind of giving over of like, yes, this is what the politics is going to become. It's a one party rule, one party system. Because whether the remaining opposing legislators are in place or not, the silencing of opposition is already present. So I
guess what I'm thinking is about I'm thinking a bit about like consent and like consent as a field rather than as a binary choice, because I think when you're speaking and I'm like listening in my body and thinking about what I, in a way I can only imagine and sort of feel into the people in Hong Kong and around the world who are having and have had these kinds of experiences of I'm thinking about trauma response and the different kinds of trauma response, like fight, flight, freeze, and there's another one which I cannot remember right now, but I'm thinking about kind of freeze in a way, or kind of like empty out. If I'm thinking about that, and it's not right, because we're not talking about one body, and I don't know if we can talk about one body when we're talking about so many people and people's lives and borders and land and international trade and political exchange and all of these multiple things. But in thinking about what you've brought for a moment as a little through one body, it makes me think of consent as a field, because it feels like there isn't, like, what choices are there other than the choice to dissent? Does this make sense? I'm wondering, like, what are, this is not a question for you, it's just like a rhetorical question of like, what in a situation where in a way, like, other choices are not real choices, there aren't real choices, so then, like, at the emptying out as a act of dissent, in a way draws my attention to the lack of choice and a sort of almost like meaninglessness of consent in a system that is kind of going for total control. Does this make sense?
Yes. Yes, what's coming up for me is a reclaiming of what tiny remnants of power one has, in terms of consenting to something that maybe is already happening or is going to happen, and this is how I'm thinking about this situation in Hong Kong, in the government there, of and actually it is also it's also a saying in the protest movement, and a way of thinking that the fighting and the resistance is not coming from hope, but from a place of, if we're going to descend down this kind of future, then we'd rather go down fighting than to passively accept it, which is really yeah, it's very pessimistic, but also I actually find it even more charged and more motivating in a sense, like that there is a complete urgency and necessity in that. Yeah, I think I wanted to bring it up because I was thinking about this idea of opposition, and how, yeah, Shivangi said something about feeling boundaries, or being met with boundaries, that we then, it becomes clear what it helps us be clear in what we think and what we believe in. it's actually also helping me remember a conversation I had with a family friend about politics, about how opposition, and actually he used the word tension, that it is these tensions between ideas that hold in a democratic system. It's these tensions in oppositions and in ideas that actually hold whoever is in power accountable. And that helped me think about not striving for complete sameness in or in, like, to strive for a place where everyone thinks the same, but to have these tensions present always. And actually that's actually making me think of gravity again, that this force that we're constantly meeting with in our bodies. That it's these tensions that make us more alive, and to be able to be clearer in what we think.
I've been thinking about that a lot, actually, tension. I've been doing a practice of just laying down and trying to rest and practice inside of slowness. And I'm always so surprised at the tensions I'm confronted with inside my body, whether that's like history of injuries or whatever is kind of pulling at the body, also while also being in a relationship to gravity. And it's, what does it bring up? It brings up that we are always inside of tension. I don't think that we can escape it or should escape it. I think what I've realized inside doing this physical practice and kind of living inside of a body that holds tensions all the time, and trying to find a sense of ease, is also like maybe stretching inside of those tensions to find something, which makes me think of being with people with oppositional views, right? Like, how can we stretch ourselves inside of the conflict while trying to also live alongside one another? It kind of it brings up, like, what binds us all together. And then I think personally, like, when I'm working on this sort of slow practice, I have to do that for myself. So it's like a twofold thing of like, how can I be alongside people with conflict and noticing how we can lean more into one another, and also like individually for myself, like laying down and feeling these tensions and being soft with myself to find a sense of ease. I'm also thinking of what you mentioned about the boundaries. The boundaries are made up to help us think and what we believe in, and it makes me think of the book Homo Sapiens. And I remember him describing how society we come together how we come together to work is that we all kind of play inside of the same playground. Like we build an infrastructure of a playground to play inside of, and we can all agree upon that. But then the moment we disagree, we're in conflict, where something is shifting, we have to rebuild a whole other playground to play inside of. So setting up these kind of like rules and boundaries to move in and out of.
Katie, I'm thinking about this sort of thing I feel that you brought up earlier as well, about sort of staying with disagreement and like holding the differences that may exist. I guess like specifically with regards to family members as well, because I feel like holding difference is a practice that is just massively intensified when the people in the room are your family members. And I think there's something about there's something about tension, inside tension, where there's like an axis of proximity, where the closer you are to something, the more intense that tension is. And I mean, there's like a tangential thought here about also like sort of global conflict negotiation that happens between countries, and how sort of intervention in conflict negotiation can be unfair, or unfair because the intervener is not actually proximal, like emotionally, consequentially, like close to actually the conflict. So in the same way that a third party can come in and intervene and provide perspective, they can also be like removed enough for their intervention to be sort of unfair because they're not really understanding the intensity of the tension. Sorry, that's like a tangential thought. But what I actually wanted to say was with regards to holding tension and in spaces where it's really intense, I feel like one thing that like increases our capacity to hold tension is a sense of like solidarity with yourself. So I'm like thinking aloud here. These are unformed thoughts, disclaimer. But you know, when you feel like there is solidarity, whether within yourself with yourself or within another community that you're in, that backs up and validates what you're experiencing, I feel like that helps with your capacity to hold tension in that space where there is tension. And so I'm thinking about like allyship and solidarity, and how what role that plays in actually holding difference. And there's something satisfying to think about sort of the echo chamber, as we also like to call it, when you're in an echo chamber with people who agree with you and back you and you back them. There's also a certain amount of solidarity which actually can increase your capacity to hold difference in another space. And then this is the last thing I wanted to bring up, and maybe pivot the conversation, maybe not, is I feel like I've got into various conversations with people recently, different people, different conversations that are spiraling around this notion of like mass labels, or labels that define a group, whether it's like LGBTQIA label, or whether it's like BAME label, or whether it's POC, or British Asian, or South Asian dancer, contemporary dancer. Like, I guess I just want to like float that into our conversation, like pushing a boat into a puddle, little puddle, a paper boat that I've made into a puddle of rainwater in front of us, and be like, what do we do with this? Because I feel like, there's a tension there, I guess, between solidarity and the solidarity that kind of the group can bring, and that's big label, that all-encompassing label can bring, and also feeling like it's damaging because it can't hold difference within it. floating into the puddle.
We're in the puddle with you, don't worry. We're all differently in the puddle, or we're all in different connected puddles. Shivangi, are you referring, there's this, there's been a kind of call recently in the UK to sort of end the use of the term, the acronym BAME. Is this what you're referring to in part?
Yeah, that's one of the things I'm referring to, yeah.
Sorry, what was that acronym, and can you say what it means, because it has not reached me?
Yeah, BAME is an acronym we use in the UK quite a lot. I think it's, God, what is it? British and, oh shit, Black and minority ethnic people. I think that's what it is. Okay, great. People are nodding. Great, great. And I wonder if somebody else can speak a little bit more about this, because I feel like I don't really know enough to be like representing the conversation on this, but there's been a movement in the UK to remove that. Go.
Maybe I can chime in. I also feel underqualified to speak about it, but from what I gather, it feels like this just lumps people into one mass of puts like a huge different groups of people under one massive umbrella. I suppose is a good example of in giving something a label, it somehow erases people more, is maybe the feeling that I get. But I'm also white, so yeah, feels I can't speak to the experience of feeling that.
But there must be like labels that you feel in solidarity with or don't feel in solidarity with as well, right? Where you can kind of have this dialogue with yourself.
Yeah. I think that it's probably similar with LGBTQIA plus, because again, under that huge umbrella, there's a huge amount of people who experience different forms of oppression which intersect with each other. And I also think that, again, don't feel massively qualified to speak about it, but within that umbrella category, there can be people that sit at intersections between those labels and experience different layerings of oppression. Yeah. Iris, I feel like you were going to say something.
Oh, I just wanted to bring in, just in response to why there is a discussion about not using the term BAME anymore. I think one of them is about the positioning of that word, that reinforces the assumption that white Britishness is the norm or default. But I really think about this in relation to geography and where we are in the world. I think this came up earlier in the first hour and a half of the conversation today, when we were talking about politeness and like British politeness, and we were talking about, I think it was Karen who brought up, yeah, just what geography and what where we are situated in the world, how that influences what we're talking about a little bit. And I think that's maybe also for this maybe discussion about, we're talking about it from a UK position. Yeah, and it would be a completely different discussion if we were in a different country. Yeah, I think about this a lot. I think about this, yeah, a lot. Just having another nationality and being in a different place where I am the majority in terms of my ethnicity, and in that the tension that it creates, the feeling of being in majority and then in minority. Because it has to be in relation. Yeah, it's in relation to the place we are in and the proximity we have to the people around us. I don't know, this is also unformed, and I speak as I'm thinking.
Do you think that what if it was a formed thought? I'm interested in perhaps what the perspective is when white people are a minority.
I guess maybe I will say something to that again, like just being in process as a white person. One of the things that I feel in thinking about the BAME over as a, yeah, exactly. It's like exactly. So what I was going to say is, I think the term BAME and it saying literally minority ethnic doesn't actually, it's not. So first, it does lots of things. One is it lumps lots of people together and defines people in relation to whiteness, rather than whiteness having to look at itself and ourselves, which I think is really problematic. Another thing is, I think you might hear the rain. I'm sorry if there's interruption. I've suddenly got so much rain hitting the windows here. How whiteness, how like settler colonizing forces have gone into the rest of the world and imposed and kind of created judgments in relation to whiteness. I feel like BAME over is an acknowledgement of a global majority, which isn't one identity, which is multiple identities that won't perhaps any longer accept being defined in relation to whiteness, and a whiteness that is unexamined in how it has spread and colonized. So that's one part of what I was going to say, and then I lost the other part of my thought. Oh yeah, like Shivangi said, can whiteness ever be in minority?
Yeah, as I said, as I posed that question, I did have that thought. Thank you, Shivangi.
I mean, I think in general we need to, like, white people need to be doing more of this talking around like whiteness rather than like talking about making more space for people who we've taken up space from and taken space from, and who we you know, it's like, I feel like this is literally what BAME over invites. And in so much of our speaking, we do all these kind of caveats of like, I don't know, I'm not sure. And then it's like, but if we think about what it was Katie Coe earlier was talking about Menachem, right? And the sort of generations of learning, and like literally, why are we in the situation we're in now, where our systems manifest systemic structural racism, as well as ableism, as well as ageism, as well as many other things? And it's like, it's because past generations haven't been able to do this work. And I really think that even, yeah, of course it's difficult, but it's not enough to sit. So this is like the whole thing we spoke about a while ago about like the Care Bear stare, like the Care Bears. If you remember this cartoon, they like, there's like an evil, there's a violence, someone's been captured, you know, whatever it is, and they like band together, and they like, with their full intention, they sort of try to shoot in this very violent way, kind of light, love and light out of their stomachs towards the situation. And it's as if intentionality can do the work. And I think intentionality is in the beginnings of the work and has to run through the work, but it's not enough. We also need to actually create or dismantle the infrastructures, which also means like doing that inside of ourselves in conversation. So like, yeah, this thing about the Care Bear stare not working in real life feels sort of a bit of a funny image, but intention isn't enough, and like silently agreeing also isn't enough, I think, for those of us who are white and who for whom whiteness works through us even if we do not intend it to, because we don't know all the ways, because our ancestors haven't dealt with it. So we've inherited things in a way that we can't necessarily point to, and so we're constantly making mistakes. So it's like how to hold that and still keep intending to do the difficult work.
In relationship to that and ancestors, there's a beautiful artist in Philadelphia called Marguerite Hemmings, and she recently just posed a question on Instagram, particularly to white dance practitioners, asking like, how are you in, I'm going to paraphrase this, how are you in your practice dealing with white supremacy and healing from your own ancestors? And I thought it was such an important question. And simultaneously, in my own practice, a few weeks prior to reading this question, in my laying down of rest and slowness, my deceased grandmother enters the room, which I feel like she follows me quite a lot. And, you know, looking back on her sort of raising me a lot and her openly racist comments as I'm growing up, she enters into the room and I feel like I have to ask myself, like, oh, what are you doing? Like, and also being like confronted with her raising me and what she has ingrained in me. And recently I've thought that maybe she's following me because I need to teach her something. And so I've been really thinking about going back through my ancestors and really knowing what they've done to this land and to people, because that follows us in our bodies and in our own histories.
Yeah, it's really interesting, I think, what Rosemary was saying earlier about when she starts new projects, that she takes each person for exactly who they are, and her projects hold a diverse amount of people, and that she becomes very present tense with people, so she doesn't look at their past or what they may become. So, you know, the 12-year-old who's done youth dance can happily, you know, work with an 80-year-old who maybe engages in some community dance, to a 21-year-old who's in a dance institution. And I know I hold a kind of maybe a unique space as a Black woman, because I often think, whilst the past is so vital, and there is ancestral pain and things like that, I know there's also a movement of some Black people feeling like we are not our ancestors. So maybe in the same breath that others may feel that. And I wonder if, sometimes I speculate, we learn from the past, yes, but sometimes I speculate whether true equality comes in us being in that more present tense that Rosemary holds with one another, which is very radical, and it would take everyone doing their own individual work. But actually, I suppose it's a bit like the old saying, don't judge a book by its cover. Like, that true ability to hold present tense with one another allows for people, and I certainly feel this because I don't walk into any rooms thinking about my outside identity. I often don't think about that, neither my gender or anything, and maybe that's various privileges I hold, but I just go in as I feel a human being. And I think that mentality personally has really served me very well, because I don't hold any feelings of subordination or oppression or underprivilege or negation. I feel I am an entity unto myself. Who is in this moment now. And maybe that's also partly to do with some attentional manners, which I kind of touched on in my session I did a few months back when I was looking at Jungian typology sort of things. And Iris sort of touched on that as well, like how she's very present. And I know that I'm quite future. So maybe there's a bit of me that's not irritated by looking at the past, but I kind of want to get on with the present so that we can reach the future that I want. And I think, yeah, that's an intentional manner. Anyway, there's some rambling thoughts.
I mean, maybe we can notice in the group that's speaking now, that there are many different intersections of identity that we're speaking from, and therefore that also, that each of us has different work to do to be able to be working towards a present, a future where like what Temi has said can sort of be more available to more people. That's kind of what I'm hearing, is that it's like actually what Temi, you said earlier when you reminded us of one of the texts that we looked at, like parts of me joining in with other, parts of what other people are doing, and like my responsibilities as a white female, cisgendered female identified queer person are going to be different from someone else's, but depending, because of their intersections and what they different privileges and things that they notice and know in those embodied histories.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose I'm kind of like interested in, it's a bit like I think on one of the texts that you shared with us, Janine, it's like what work is happening when we're not noticing, because I know that there's a real push to know and read and do so much, but I'm really interested in, it's like I think one of the examples was, we sort of say, oh, I'm just gonna throw out my rubbish or my trash, and then that's it to us. We've got rid of our rubbish and our trash, but actually what's that trash doing? What's chemically happening in the world of that trash that we've kind of forgotten about, we've ignored? We've just tidied our houses and we've got rid of our trash, but our trash is now part of a whole ecology. Our trash is now part of other people's trash. Our trash is now chemically melding into the world, into the earth, into the planet. So there's so much stuff that's happening. And I sometimes wonder, especially when we're in intense moments like this in history, where everyone's like, I'm going to do my reading, I'm going to do my work, I'm going to do my stuff, I'm going to really like confront all my issues and my stereotypes and my ideologies and my racism and my, like what is happening as the attention is all directed in a particular force. I suppose I'm really interested in what's the other stuff that is right now happening. And I think it was Bruno Latour says an acton is a source of action that can be either human or non-human. It is that which has efficacy, can do things, it is that which has efficacy. It can do things, has sufficient coherence to make a difference, produce effects, alter the course of events. So it's like there's an actant happening elsewhere whilst we're all doing what we feel like is the important stuff. And I suppose I'm really curious about that in and amongst a lot of these very intense and highly emotive conversations that are currently happening. And I don't want to be forced down a funnel, I suppose, of that.
Yeah, and maybe it's like giving into the fact that if we are going so strongly towards one direction, knowing that there's always going to be that oppositional direction that we're turning our back against, and not sort of being aware because we're so strongly forcing ourselves to see all these things. And kind of going back to Sarah Ahmed, it's like, well, if we're thinking about multiplicity of directions and orientations all the time, we're always going to be blindsided by something. And maybe that's okay, but just kind of acknowledging or being aware that there is this three-dimensionality, there is this, like, we cannot see everything all the time.
It's a puzzle, and when you were speaking, Temi, I was thinking about a few things. I was thinking about something Audre Lorde said, which is that we are never in one single, battles are never singular. They're interrelated. We can't think about anti-racist practice without thinking about climate justice. We can't think about, it's like actually that the three-dimensionality that you just spoke about, Katie, is that even if we're facing one way for a moment in time, or we're trying to unpack something because it's super present, it is in relation to all else. And rather than be overwhelmed by that, I'm choosing, as I'm saying it, to think about collectivity, and to think, for example, about this conversation and the group, the collectivity, where I feel learned and educated by listening and hearing and unpacking my own direction in relation to listening. And I'm also noticing that this collection of humans at work in some way is multiplied in my life. And there's a not a resting, but there's a buoyancy that I notice when I'm in touch with other people, and in particular groups of people who are on their own tracks that I appreciate, and tracks that I can support, but I'm not like, I don't have to be by their side all the time. But there's something about putting them all into the same room sometimes, which helps me to notice all that is going on that I can't always get to all the time. So I can be here doing this because I know this is urgent, and I can be here seeing that because I need to see it and do something with it in terms of application in a way. And while I'm doing that, I can know that other work is going on elsewhere that I can't get to while I'm doing this. And that becomes clear to me when I spend time listening in collectivity or listening in connectivity. I want to say it feels hopeful. That's what I want to say.
My mind has gone to gone back, perhaps, I don't know, to like thinking about, it's not the tone of conversation I think that we're in now, but a tone of conversation that we're sometimes in and that we move through, especially when we're rigorous and light, and when there is I guess so I'm thinking about gossip, so I just declare I'm thinking about gossip, and I'm thinking about how that isn't frivolous. And I was just remembering, because we've spoken, I think, I don't know if the words have been said exactly, but I think we've been speaking partly about coalition building, in the sense of getting to know different people's thoughts, feelings, situations, lived experience inside of differences that we each individually might not inhabit. So it's not like there's one and there's another, it's just there's lots of differences according to age or gender identity, sexuality, racial, ethnic, national, political, to do with body and experience of being abled or disabled by what's been built into systems and structures. So I'm also thinking about kind of diversity of mind and body, neurodiversity, many intersections that I'm not naming, as well as the different places that we might be in, maybe in relation to other people, or in relation to our jobs, in relation to our home life, all these different kind of experiences that we can talk about, and we can have, we can know about each other's situation because we can potentially talk about it. And I'm just thinking about, I'm trying to remember something from Silvia Federici, who is an activist and a writer and I guess a theorist, who has written a lot about gossip and witches and witch hunts and capitalism and persecution and like intersections, and trying to remember or like recycle, misremember something from her about what I understood as coalition building through gossip, and that by talking about others, two of us talking about the third, or five of us talking about the sixth and seventh, through an empathetic relation to others' different situations, we can prevent harm, because we know about someone's present, someone's conditions. We know something about what people are experiencing, and that's really powerful. although it's been this, I guess, feminized way of speaking has been, what's the word, like suppressed and belittled and made maybe ridiculous in like courts of law or in legislation and all that kind of stuff, that it's actually very powerful, like fellowship and knowing something of the other without having to actually have someone's experience, which I think as a foundation for empathy and thinking through difference feels it feels really, really powerful. And I guess because there's a way in which we can speak where we tell stories, like anecdotes, like we've had some of that today already, and maybe there'll be some more. And it's, yeah, I don't know. There's not really an end to that sentence. I'm sorry. Maybe someone else has an end to that sentence. I mean, maybe also because today is the 9-year anniversary of Jill Clark's death, so I'm thinking a lot about Jill. And I was just going to say, like, there was this BT advert, I think maybe in the late 90s, and I don't know how, but Jill and I shared some kind of laugh about it at some point. She would sort of quote it. It was the guy would say, "It's good to talk." And I just feel like that's somehow the short version of what I was trying to say, is that it's good to talk. It's good to talk, and it's good to hear about people who have a different experience. It's good to not be in the echo chamber.
Thank you for mentioning that person. Who's yeah, there she is. I don't know if the listeners know that. Well, I can re-say it. Maybe it's useful for people that haven't been around all the time, that we have a choice of being able to, those of us in conversation have a choice to see each other sometimes. And Janine just pointed to the same picture of Jill that I pulled out of newspaper cuttings this morning. And it was this, I only remembered last night, and there's something very touching about this day and that day, and this being the same one. And actually, there's something that's always with me when I think of her, and I'm thinking about this conversation and the way that it moves from one place to another. Something Jill taught me, which was that I don't have to read a book from beginning to end. I don't have to open at the contents page and work my way through in a logical way until I reach the end. Maybe this has something to do with ending Janine's sentence, I don't know. But that actually sometimes it's really valuable to let something fall open at the place it falls open and begin from there. And coming back into conversation in this way feels sometimes like I'm allowing a book to fall open where it falls open and I begin from there. And I might not need to know everything that's come before because I trust it, actually, in relation to this way of speaking together, and also the trust that's been built across this collection or collection of co-workers. So I can just fall into it at the moment I enter it, a bit like Jill's teaching to me of letting a book fall open where it needs to on that day. And something's going back to, yeah. I'm not going to finish it either, my sentence either.
I think what Katie has just said and Shivangi's also reminding us about the book falling open. We could perhaps also think of like the gallery space that we would have been in this weekend in a different set of conditions, and not to only valorize that and think that that would have been ideal, because actually there might also be people who are listening now who are in kind of commune with us who might not have been in the gallery. So it's not just one story, but yeah, to acknowledge perhaps duration and the shifting of this conversation over time, and all the different ways that it could go in a moment and doesn't go and does go and gets picked up and carried along and then gets kind of cycled back to, or yeah, the different, if it was a drawing, like the different kind of lines that it would maybe have in different shapes. And that if we had been in a gallery, and maybe this is partly the experience of listeners who are tuning in and tuning out, a bit like a radio or just opening the gallery door, like you would just enter where you enter and just stumble across what is the case in that moment. And in a way, it's not so different for any of us than it is for you folks out there listening, except that, of course, you might be shouting at the computer if you disagree, or, you know, you might be ending my sentences out there, which sometimes today I would have been super grateful for. So I guess just acknowledging that it's strange. It's a strange thing to transpose. Well, this isn't a transposition. This is a sharing in a way of process that we have been in and that we are in, which is live and ongoing. But if we think of this as this conversation as a transposition of the discursive aspect of the work as it would have been in a gallery, then it's a little strange, because in thinking we would be, dear listener, dear listener, we would be taking you into account in a way that we can only kind of imagine you right now. So we would be seeing you, and you would be, yeah, you are present and you matter, but your mattering is sort of in a way like it's a strange one, I think, that we're trying to hold in mind as we go, who you are and what you might need and what your perspective might be on this conversation.
Yeah, it's really interesting attending, because I was just thinking as you were talking there, Janine, this discussion, this discourse we're having, it's in one way for us, but on personally, I've been thinking it's for whoever's out there listening. So it's like a really interesting space that we're in discussion with one another, but it's for someone else out there. Hi.
I just came back into the conversation and took a break with a walk in the woods. And my partner and I found a bunch of mushrooms. And I'm thinking, like, it was really crazy just now.
We lost Eleanor briefly, I hope.
Oh, I wanted to hear what was crazy right now.
Yeah, me too.
I was like, get my seat.
Especially about the mushrooms.
I know. Were they magic mushrooms?
Yeah, we could make our own story now.
Yeah, what would Eleanor have said? Let's finish off her sentence.
She's back.
Hey.
She's back. We're on tenterhooks, Eleanor.
That was really weird. My internet dropped for the first time today.
We heard up to you finding a bunch of mushrooms in the woods, and then you disappeared.
I was just noting how walking through the woods, it felt sort of full of dead leaves, things often. And then we looked closer and we noticed all of this fungus, like alive everywhere. Like it was kind of overwhelming. And I'm feeling a parallel between what I just experienced outside and like this kind of quiet listener, or this knowledge that there's these like live beings hearing this in relation to us, that we can kind of choose to put our attention to or not, but either way they'll still be there. Somehow the listeners feel like mushrooms to me.
And I know that it's really common knowledge, but this fact that mycelium, which is, which is from which mushrooms grow, is the biggest network, the biggest underground unseen network across the underneath of this whole planet. Mycelium is the kind of ultimate interconnectedness. So I love, it's in Emergent Strategy somewhere, and I haven't got the book next to me, but I love this this sense of a mycelial, I don't know if that's good terminology, but mycelial connectivity somehow with the listeners and us, and those of us that are here right now, and also those of us that are taking breaks, and other networks to whom this will be told over the dinner table or with your partner in the woods. I'm imagining they become part of the network too somehow.
I feel like I could definitely pick up this thread of mushrooms. Like, I've been reading about mushrooms recently. But I'm wondering if there's somewhere else that we want to go.
I would love to talk about mushrooms. We don't have to, but I was watching an animal documentary yesterday with my 2-year-old, trying to find ways of watching TV with him that feels educational to some degree. And I was so struck. We were watching this thing about jungles, and it was going through all the different ecosystems in the jungle. And at one point, it's talked about how the animals would eat this one specific fungi, and then they would die. And it would happen to many different creatures. And it's there purposefully to make sure that no one animal dominates the jungle. And I just thought that was such an interesting thing in terms of power, and got me very interested in mushrooms and fungi, because I don't know so much except knowing that they are magnificent. So if we go into this conversation now or some future talk, I'm very interested.
I've just come in and sort of on the gossip moment, and I'm thinking of the network of mushrooms underground being like a sort of network of gossip as a foundation for everything growing up out of it. I mean, they are composters, aren't they? So, as well as many other things that I'm sure we don't know. And it's reminding me also of the earlier conversation today of slowness and speed, and how that slow, invisible kind of presence that Elena so eloquently described, that when she looked down, there was all this life. And it made me think of those incremental steps that Elisa was talking about that sort of how everything is the foundation of everything else. You know, it's so cyclical. So everything we do is a foundation for something beyond us.
I've been reading The Mushroom at the End of the World, which I recommend. Yeah, so I'm sure some of you know it. Talking about matsutake mushrooms in the Pacific Northwest of the States, in Finland, in Japan and somewhere else, I can't remember. And there's loads to say. About that, like looking, in a way, like looking through a lens of the mushroom in order to understand like history and forests as history, or forests as denied history, and ecologies and migration of people and loads of different things. But to stay in a way with maybe the image of the mushroom, in thinking about mushroom like conversation and conduit, one thing that really sticks with me is how these mushrooms are kind of symbiotic with pine, and they thrive in places that have been kind of not necessarily destroyed, but changed by human industry. So in places where other things don't grow, or other trees are challenged by human intervention, by like overlogging or whatever it is, these matsutake mushrooms, the way that they basically they break down rock and like can turn it into food. And so there's this amazing like symbiotic relationship, and a sort of, we could think of it as tenacity. Like if we're not that mushroom, maybe we're like, hey, you're a tenacious mushroom, but the mushrooms would just be like, no, I'm just the mushroom, like this is just the condition I thrive in. So what do we want to say about that? I don't know really. I guess we've spoken a bit about sort of, I guess, support for conversation, or thinking about permaculture came up earlier, like thinking about what sort of conditions different kinds of growth might need, which I feel is maybe one of the lessons from this book.
Can I ask you a question about those mushrooms, Janine? Which is that that's how they are, or has there been a process of adaptation so that they can thrive in places where other things can't survive?
I mean, I'm not in contact with the ancestors of these mushrooms, but I guess we can trust that everything that is alive has to some degree co-evolved with the other, at least native species that are in its conversational, there is in conversation. From what I've understood so far, that these mushrooms have sprung up, I think were there already, but have really flourished because of human degradation of landscape, and that's where they've been more noticeable, and then people have desired them, so then they've tried to cultivate them, but sometimes that's not always been possible because you know, also just to bring us back to like white settlers, we're not always very good at managing land, and some of our practices of cultivation actually are very short term and don't actually support the complexity of the underlying symbiotic processes between the mushrooms and the trees and the rock and fire. And so I'm not answering your question, but I'm also not evading your question. I think I'm just giving the information that I feel like I have at this point.
Can I share another fascinating fungus fact, which is maybe irrelevant, maybe relevant. I was reading about there's a type of fungus which lives inside insects. It's called cordyceps, and it feeds off their non-vital organs. But it does this thing where it manipulates the hosts, so like the ants' behavior, so that it can reproduce into other ants and kind of multiply. And then when it's ready to produce spores, it grows into the brain and releases chemicals that make the host climb and attach itself to the top of a plant, so that it has like the prime spot for releasing spores. But what people are saying, or what researchers and scientists are saying, is that this specific type of fungus is like the closest thing to kind of like a zombie thing, because it takes over the ant and then manipulates its behavior. Kind of like it gets called zombie fungus. And I suppose it's quite interesting and maybe fun to think about fungus taking over the human race in some way.
Somehow this like fungus conversation is making me think about like this is sort of tangential, but it feels related. It's making me think about queer people and like queer survival. And like I'm really into reading about queer histories, and I have this book of, I keep glancing at it as we've been talking about mushrooms, this book of love letters from Emily Dickinson to her like his potential but likely lover, Sue Gilbert, who was her brother's wife. And like I often think about this question, like Emily Dickinson's poetry as the example of like so much of her poetry is driven by this like struggle, basically, like this like longing, this like sort of not in a how do I phrase this? Like somehow the uniqueness, like the challengingness of her unique condition to be able to develop this like long-term loving partnership. And if you read these letters in this poetry, you're like, how did historians erase this? This is insane. Like it's insane. Everyone needs to read it. But somehow I'm aware of like it feels like Emily Dickinson is like this fungus. Like she's like growing she's like growing gorgeous, delicious stuff on top of like the mess of patriarchy in, you know, the 19th century. So I'm like, or yeah. Or 18, no, 19, I'm okay. But I'm just aware of, yeah, I don't know. Somehow this feels to me relevant.
Wow, I love that.
And maybe this question of maybe dance is also here too. Like because we're like figures moving on, like we're not adding to the pile, we're not producing more trash, like we're not producing more, we're not the colonizers creating more, like messing with the, maybe we are, but I guess metaphorically, like we don't produce tangible objects that become trash in our work. Like I actually think dance is quite sustainable potentially, and like we're working with the messiness of our bodies, and like the fact that, you know, the fact that I'm like sore right now might lead to the way I like make a movement practice out of my body's present circumstances, which somehow feels fungal. I'm stretching here, but like it's coming.
It's good stretching.
Yeah, it's really good stretching. I appreciate this stretch.
I feel like this also ties back to the mycelium of interconnectedness. Which I also feel I feel like is kind of related to this practice and deep listening. I don't know, correct me if I'm wrong, Katie, but is mycelium, I don't know if it's the same, but there's a thing I've been involved in outside of this with an artist called Sarah Poker-Thorne, and she's researching plant bioacoustics, which is you can basically record the electromagnetic waves that trees and roots send to each other within forests. So if, for example, one tree isn't getting enough sunlight, it can communicate that through this root system underground, and the other trees will, you know, like lean slightly out of the way so that it can get more light. And I don't know if it somehow feels similar to this deep listening practice that we're doing, maybe.
I don't need to correct you. I mean, like as a model for thinking about what each can contribute and what each needs, I feel like that is, I mean, I can map a politics onto that in a way. That's what I don't know, I feel like we're transposing and then transposing and in and out of these different systems and images, but there's this scheme, I don't know if scheme's the right word, but maybe it's initiative that I'm aware of in Belgium at the moment, through State of the Arts, which is because some people aren't getting any support because of like losing income because of coronavirus. And so some people, I think it really is like people are giving some money or some resource into this pot, and other people are taking it out according to what they need. And when I hear like, you know, the tree being like, hey, I need some more light over here, and everyone else is like, oh, that's cool, we can all just like move an inch, we can all just give an inch, and then like you've got enough light, like that feels very
beautiful as an image for just sharing, like sharing resource a bit. And I guess it's like utopic in a way that thinking with the natural world can be.
I think that's really helpful, Janine, to use the natural world as a model for wealth redistribution. Like I'm thinking, I've been exploring different like organized sort of like wealth redistribution, like or sort of groups. And as I've been investigating it, I've noticed my own scarcity complexes, like greed complexes come up, like how much can, like, what do I need? And like, all of these questions about like, oh, but maybe I'll need more down the line, and realizing like, as I ask myself that, what I'm trying to remind myself all the time is that like my needs, like if I premise it as if my needs cannot be met unless the needs of the people around me are also being met, then it's impossible to not redistribute wealth. Like then there's no, like hoarding does not meet my needs actually. And I think, and that's already how nature works. Like that's what we're describing. Like I'm thinking about like, what if, if a tree is I don't know the science behind this, but if a tree is like decaying next to a healthy tree, I have to imagine that there's, that could potentially, hurt the health of the, maybe not, I don't know, but this is a question, I guess, like how this plays out in nature and how like collectivization is built into ecosystems.
I think it sounds really lovely, but I don't think nature's that benign. I wish. So I think there are some trees that maybe decide that it's not that they're going to move over an inch, they're kind of going to take several inches from your inch.
As I said it, I thought, wait a minute, because when I was born, my twin was much healthier than I was, and she like took some of my nutrients in the womb, and I was like, wait a minute, I'm literally the product of this kind of evolutionary, like, or I don't know if it's evolutionary, but exactly that, and I was like, wait, I'm wrong.
I think what's really hard is we don't really want one beautiful tree to suffer as a consequence of the demands of another tree. So in the narrower perspective, the suffering is deeply troublesome. But in the greater perspective, somehow I feel I'm willing to trust nature, that the tree that takes a bigger space and the tree that lets go or is, I don't want to say destroyed, but is transformed in the process of the other tree taking more space, that in the greater scheme of things, there is something about that still allows the universe to continue in some way. But that for me to sort of feel positive about that way of thinking, I have to really take a very, very macro view of things. But if I look at the one little tree, or if you want to think about it in human terms or dance terms, when you look at the little bit, I think that's really hard to bear sometimes because it's so close to us.
I think It's usually me that would do something like that, Elena. So I'm feeling glad it wasn't in terms of for. I think where it might be helpful is that when we think of the market in capitalism as a natural force, that's a real mistake. And it's so easy to do that because what we know is nature, because we are nature. So our metaphors become always, linked to the natural world to some degree. But where it might be useful is to think of when an ecology is thriving, if we think thriving means that it is very biodiverse. So there are many thriving ecologies that might be monocultural, pine trees without much ground cover because the pine needles don't nurture ferns, etc., or whatever. Sorry, my knowledge isn't great, but then an ecology where there's an abundance of different species, because somehow the ecological balance is working with the predators and those hunted, etc., then that's quite a nice thing to look at in terms of thinking that we need as much diversity as possible to thrive.
Yeah, I wonder how we can relate this to our dance industry and like what does it mean to have a thriving ecology in our field? Because Elena, when you made that stretch about saying dance being sustainable in this way, I was like, oh, that feels so nice, because in some ways, it's so hard to put those two together, because there are so many forces at hand that do make it really hard and in many ways unsustainable sometimes. And so yeah, I just wonder if I can like pose that question inside of, if we want to take the conversation there, of what does it mean to have a thriving ecology inside of our dance field.
I'm sorry, I just want to throw a spanner in the works, because I've spent the last 10 minutes rooting around in my memories of Karen Barad's work, Nature's Queer Performativity, and I found it, and it's 36 pages, and I know there's something in there, particularly around slime molds, which I think might like do something in relation to a sustainable ecology. And Barad dismantled my thinking around entanglement and differentiation, and now I can't remember how she did it or how they did it. It's like I can't, but I know there's some gold in atoms as queer critters, and the inherent sort of understanding that nature itself is performative, that I know would slam dunk something here. I'm seeking victory, but I can't. I can't get there quick enough. But I just need to voice it, because it's like my cheeks have gone red trying to get to it, and I can't. I'll keep trying.
Katie, I'm also remembering that, having read that text a while ago, and I'm wondering, is it just, I don't know if this is random or if this is helps at all. What I just remember now is when I think it's in this article about the slime mold, she talks about kind of sameness, and she talks about peas in a pod, and she's like, it's not, what's the phrase? Something as peas in a pod. Like, it's not that it's the peas, it's being in the pod. That I also get tied somehow without. I feel like it's so complex. I need to look again. Hang on. Why did you this? What's the spanner? Maybe we can.
Well, maybe it's not a spanner. It's just like it's like a sort of firework happened, but I realized I didn't like the firework got lit, but somehow it's like the Catherine wheel's not quite spinning or something. I'm like, I'm hearing us speak about what I also really love about Barad's studies. She's a physicist, and the way that they study nature is utterly unromantic, and she also unpicks space-time mattering in a way that I can apply it to cultural economy or the sharing of wealth. It untangles something in my fixity, in my way of thinking about things. It kind of, so there was something about that in the intra-relatedness, or the way they deal with entanglement. So I think the peas in the pod thing is, it's not the peas, it's the fact that they're in the pod, but the pod needs to have the peas in the pod in order to complete the picture. And I don't want to dig myself into a really in really large hole, because I haven't been with this text for so long, but it feels that text brings me very close to thinking differently in relation to space, time, and mattering, which is,
I think you've said it. I think it's when she's talking about that it's agents, isn't it, or agency, or agential sort of relations, and that it's to create, it's through relationship that individuals and matter is mattering. It's something like that, I think, which is what I think we're into, perhaps.
Yes, and maybe in relation to that, then this idea of sustainability, dancing being sustainable, or dance being a sustainable art form, like I feel like I need to kind of force that open a bit, because actually we can't place it somewhere separate from, we can't pull into ourselves in that way, because otherwise we're not in relationship to all of the other things that matter, if you like. So if we start to place if we start to put dance somewhere else, we can't serve it anymore, because it doesn't belong outside of all of the other. It doesn't belong outside of anything else. We can't separate it from everything else that's going on, or I don't think that creates a sustainable system, or a sustainable ecology, or a sustainable community. We can't better it or put it somewhere else. It's incomplete, but it feels an important problem to deal with somehow if we're going to have a conversation about cultural economy or dance within that. That's the spanner. And I really want to separate it. I want to talk about dance as this. Yeah, I want to, but I can't.
What is a spanner?
Oh, it's
like a wrench.
Yeah, it's like throwing the tool into the mechanism that you've used the spanner to make work, and then you throw the tool into the mechanism and it stops it from working. I was going to use a swear word then.
Can we continue with misremembering and the fantasy version, collective fantasy version of different rememberings of the spanner that has been brought? Like before the spanner, we were thinking about ecology and a question around sustainability. Is that true? So like where are we now, like with queer performativity, nature's queer performativity and space-time matterings and agential realism? I think that might be what she calls it.
Yeah, and cuts.
Cuts. Right? The cuts that make the individual, not the individual that makes the cuts.
Yeah.
Doesn't she talk about the slime mold colonies as being like identical or individual identical or almost identical beings, but that can also coordinate as one body that has higher systems?
Exactly.
That being the thing that's like blowing everyone's mind. So how do these images, how do these other coordinates help us to think about these questions of dance ecology? And do they actually or not? I mean, where are we? I don't know where we are. I'm not sure where we are.
I can't begin to say where we are exactly because I'm lost on the slime and the writer because I haven't read it. But it's so in terms of my fantastical reimaginings or whatever you rememberings, I'm remembering a book that had a big effect on me a long time ago called Nature Cure by Richard Mabey. And he's writing about coming out of very deep clinical depression and his relationship to nature. And there is one section that I'm not going to remember well, but that fascinated me about the connection between our own imagination and nature, and how our imaginations are rooted in nature itself and fed by it, of course, but the actual act of imagining is something that also happens in nature. And maybe that links to this sort of queer performativity, because I'm thinking about sort of difference and outliers and strange things coming to pass, and evolution, you know, these extraordinary, it goes down these extraordinary avenues and creates these very strange and wonderful creatures and patterns and codependencies. So I would suggest that an ecology that's working needs to allow for all of that. That would be a thriving economy. And I would go so far as to suggest that one of the issues with the sharing of wealth, if we look at it just in terms of dance, is that unfortunately a lot of money goes to, oh dear, I'm being recorded, but let's say it anyway, bigger bigger monolithic traditional institutions which struggle to allow some of that diversity to thrive.
Thank you for saying that, Rosie. Yeah, I think I feel the same way. I see that play out in New York. And I'm just thinking too how really tangibly, like I just noticed that the same aesthetics and the same artists receive the money like over and over again. And like a healthy ecology, I'm seeing healthier ecologies emerge when institutions create structures that that are premised around new people getting money, like that in fact you cannot reapply. And it's tricky because I think like, of course, then there's this like, there's like, I don't know, it's tricky because then of course, like for people who are really trying to dedicate themselves to this long-term practice, those people also need resources. But somehow I'm thinking about like, yeah, a healthy ecology is one in which like resources are being given to like the people who've been around for a while and are like continuing to need growth. And then also there's resources available for those who are entering anew. And like, I just saw actually that in Pittsburgh, in Pennsylvania, this, I'm forgetting the name of the foundation, but it's like a Black-led granting organization, did a really cool thing where they gave, I mean, it's cool for the US. I don't know other contexts that well, but, and the standards are kind of low in the US, to my mind. But they gave some bigger grants to more sort of long-standing organizations and artists. And then they also gave grants to every single individual artist who applied. They gave micro grants of $500. And the ethos being, they dedicated almost like $35,000 of their granting money just to these micro grants. And the ethos was that because of COVID-19, every single Black person in America, and granted, and this granting organization only grants to Black artists, but that every single Black person in the US is feeling the like feeling historic discrimination that is becoming like ever more tangible and material in COVID-19, that it's making it that much more felt, and therefore they had to react to that reality. And in a lot of ways, I was like, this should be a model for all grant makers all the time. Like give, some bigger chunks of money to the people who have a longstanding history and are doing big things, but also the fact that I just couldn't get over that every single person who applied got a micro grant. That is amazing.
Just to respond to that micro granting, I'm fairly new to Philadelphia, like maybe 2 years in ish, and kind of learning about the history of funding inside of this city. There used to be a lot of micro granting, and then it stopped because for some reason, which now I really want to get to the root of, was not sustainable. Even though it seems that like that would be a sustainable approach for those who are obviously applying to kind of like share wealth. So I'm curious of that as an approach and how to make that more sustainable. Gosh, I feel like trying to place myself inside of everything we just said, my mind is like racing to 1,000 different things. I think also I'm thinking about a thriving ecology of understanding where our relation is and relationships in general. I'm thinking of institutions having a rotation of who is in power, especially on the curatorial side. So that ecology of what is being shown and what is being valued, because that's what's happening in that sort of a position, is changing through various lens, and hopefully through a diversity of people and their lens. I'm going to stop there. I feel like I have a lot more, but I'm kind of losing it. So I'm going to pause before I go any further.
I think part of what's being acknowledged in this conversation is that there are historical precedents that mean that people are, in our present moment, starting from very different places and positions, and that there are things that can be done and built into infrastructure that can address partially, because I think it can only ever really be partial, probably. Some of the I was going to say asymmetries, but that's too present. It's like asymmetry, but in time. It's like a cumulative. Like when we were thinking in some other conversation about well, we were specifically thinking actually about Tate and sugar and wealth, and the present institutions being possible because of like wealth that has been extracted either from natural resources or through the enslavement of peoples and stolen labor, and all these histories, and that those are present now and make some people and some people's work possible in ways that others is not. And it's not only that some people are made more possible, it's, I think, really true that other people are made less possible. So that there's some kind of accounting or like equation in granting systems is sort of feels like one way to support a more diverse ecology. Is that sort of where we think we are in this thinking?
Because I'm wondering, like, if we could erase our memory, our institutional memory, like what sort of spaces would we want to rethink and reimagine? I'm also thinking of like, what is the role of art centers in society now? Like, how are they stretching themselves to, or how can we think of them to stretch themselves into other fabrics of society, into other communities? That's what I'm thinking about.
It makes me think about one of the essays I was reading. Sorry, I don't know the author, but I wrote a note of it. It says the principal reason for museums and galleries to invade abandoned factory halls, after all, it's not the complex relation between art and labor, but the fact that they are high-ceilinged, empty and rich with the aura of giant machines that were once swung and roared there. And it's like all these people who maintained our society, those buildings are now used for the privilege of art for specific people. And so there's the labor force, and then there's the labor of art, but then who gets to be in those spaces once the infrastructure of that labor force is gone? And so many of our buildings are about hold those histories. It might have been from the Kai Van Eyckels, actually, essay.
I'm thinking about conflicting ecologies. I remember in the 1980s noticing something that happened in the dance scene in New York, where a relatively young choreographer, as I experienced it, got taken up by the media, and in the media in those days was, you know, broadsheets, newspapers, radio, not so much TV for dance, and this person's career just took a whole new trajectory. And I remember thinking that the work was interesting, but it wasn't that interesting. And I remember thinking that there were other people's work that I would see kind of in rehearsals, small showings in loft spaces, that was just stunningly beautiful. And it didn't get the coverage, it didn't get the light. And I thought, how is it possible that this is happening, that this beautiful piece of work isn't being seen in the same way, and this other work, which is interesting, but that's about it, is just being taken to a meteoric stratosphere. And I felt that it was in some way partly because the ecology of the news media needed a good story. And this person was producing work that was good for a story. I didn't think it was that great for dance unless you think it's good for something to be all over the pages and hyped up. I don't know how one manages those conflicts, the conflicting interests, because clearly the ecology of the media, the newspapers, needed good stories that would catch people's attention. And this person was producing, I don't even know if I can use this word anymore, was producing sexy work. That's how I would describe it. But I don't even know what that word means to younger people these days. So, but I'm using it within my understanding of my era and my terminology. So the media needed the work because it would catch people's eyes, and the other work wasn't seen. But the media needed to survive. And actually, I really like newspapers to survive. So how do I deal with those conflicts? I don't think it was that great for the person's career either, I have to say, because they were promoted too much, too young, which is another problem. And it's kind of like those bits that were in the shadows are a bit like the mushrooms, actually. I just have these wonderful images of, it's often in rehearsal or when you're invited to an open rehearsal or sort of showing, that I often saw the most beautiful work because there was a vulnerability in the work, an availability that isn't in the finished performance. And the spaces, because it was in that era, the ones I'm thinking of now, was in downtown Manhattan, so a lot of loft spaces with columns. So there's something about that that feels kind of mushroom-like.
Karen, I think you were speaking about the 80s in New York, and I really it really resonates as something I experience. I've experienced quite a lot. Well, no, a lot throughout the last 20 years of being part of and seeing and experiencing performance in the UK too. I don't think it's yeah, it feels, you articulated something that felt very current. And well, it's interesting because it takes me back to this impasse that Elsa mentioned earlier, because actually since the beginning of March, I haven't been going to things, and I haven't, with the exception of one project that was a project in my own home, I haven't been part of things. So I'm not experiencing from the inside or the outside that that often what feels like it needs light doesn't get light, or what I would give light if I could is not necessarily what is given light or resources. And I don't want to go down a kind of route of exemplifying, but there's something very, until March, that was very current. And so I'm thinking now, oh, I haven't been going to see work in large institutions or round back alleys or in tiny spaces or outside in the woods. I haven't been going to see work for the last 6 months, and I'm wondering about that. I'm wondering about the opportunity somehow that actually affords in me to go, wow, something has cracked in my experience that might mean something in a larger economy or in a larger ecology, as we return, as we continue. And how can that be made manifest? How can I be a part of that change too? Am I a part of that change already? Is this a part of that change? I don't know. It's like, it's exciting to imagine it.
I feel that yeah, I'm having this thought that, or maybe it's a question actually, that neoliberal capitalist societies kind of seek this supply and demand kind of conveyor belt, which of course extends to performance. Can you hear me? And I suppose looks for binaries and is I suppose patriarchal in nature, which is why maybe things which are conventionally sexy are programmed. And I'm kind of having this image of things which are queer in nature and that they can't be defined, or they don't have binaries, and maybe are like sacks of unformed mycelium-esque fungus don't fit into the structures, or they don't fit into the boxes or the categories that can receive funding. That's kind of a half-formed thought. I hope you heard the start of it.
I'm thinking, oh, sorry, Janine.
No, I was going to do a big reveal. No, I was just thinking, like, in response to what has just been said, that I think we have a problem in the UK in dance. I think we have a few problems. I think one of our problems is that there aren't enough places producing artists and supporting artists to get work seen. And there's like I've experienced there aren't it's possible, it can be possible to gain support to research a work to a point that then no one will see, because the programming cycles of the venues are in my experience completely out of sync with the production of people who are working at least at the scale that I'm working at. And so I guess it's just interesting thinking about like what anybody wants, not just in dance but in general, like what any of us want to bring into the world and the sorts of infrastructure that exists to make that possible. And I think there are, thinking of like the ecology, or like the vines that like creep around or go up the tree, or like the ivy that goes down the side of the house or whatever. I think there's loads of ways to think about kind of different routes and pathways, but we still have the dominant structures and what in all the different fields they are expecting in terms of say product, or yeah, maybe product is the word. And it doesn't always I guess actually I'm thinking about something that's come up in loads of different ways through conversation, which is a sense of being a behindness of infrastructure with what's happening in a field, and something about the tools or the strategies or structures or slipstreams or whatever it is, how we want to think about it, that help more diversity of voices, more different scales of work in dance, or ideas in other forums to be able to actually gain space, to get the light, to be heard, to be seen. I feel like that probably goes through many different fields. I know how I experience that as a maker in dance, and the sort of frustration with sort of trying to birth something, and the labor being kind of held off in relation to the production cycles, commissioning cycles, or time slots that are available, delivery time slots that are available in institutions, and that feeling pretty not stifling, but kind of it dampens down, or it slows in a way that is not welcome, maybe, that stops me from being as in time as an artist as I think I can be.
I think this is a really challenging question, because I'm thinking about how, like, when we were first talking about this, I was like, I actually think this has been happening in the US since, like, in the last 6 years or so, like since the Black Lives Matter movement, that there's been a whole, like, funders have really started to change, just the expectations are shifting in the US, and this idea, like a lot of creative practice is premised around healing, and healing can't fit on a production timeline in this way. So it feels like, like the MAP fund, Creative Capital, like these US funding structures have been sort of responsive. But then, so I was thinking that, and then Janine, as you were just speaking, I was like, oof, but like, this is also still, I'm thinking about my professor's book, The Proximity of Art and Capitalism by Bojana Kunst. And just that, like, if we're expecting institutions to bring these changes, like, they're not going to meet our need. Like, it's never going to, the synchronicity of that, I think, is just not possible given the way they're dictated by the late capitalism economy we're in. And I guess I say that with the caveat of, like, this is especially so in the context I'm coming from in New York. So the more I'm thinking now then about various alternative economies I've been hearing about, various collectives. I've heard of, it's called like Macau in Italy, in Milan, I believe. And they're like an artist collective that has created their own currency. And they're they're kind of, I mean, you'd have to read more about it. It's really complicated. It kind of blew my mind when I read about it, but they've created their own sort of like micro economy. So I'm thinking too, yeah, Katie's reminding me about this Creating New Futures initiative that's happening in the US that's also really cool, but they're also now getting funding from major funders. And it's actually making me be like, uh-oh, like, as soon as that happens, which of course is needed because people need to be paid for their time, but then suddenly now I'm like, uh-oh, are they gonna, are their timelines going to soon be dictated by the Doris Duke Foundation or by whoever they're getting money from? So I guess I'm most that conflict, that challenge feels productive, I think, for some people, like worthy of working through. And it sounds like, Janine, you're doing that, or you're thinking about that. And I guess I'm also curious about the option to like kind of reject that macrocosm and create a microcosm, according to, which will of course have its own problems. Like reading about the Macau alternative economy, I was like, oh my God, it's reperforming a lot of struggles within larger economies. But yeah, I don't know. I guess I'm thinking about what are like alternatives to institutions, I suppose.
For a long time, when Rosemary Butcher was alive, she spoke she spoke about an alternative way of thinking about how dancers become dancers, how dance education or training might happen. And what I know now is she had this conversation with many different people, but I think many people have this conversation a lot. And it's when you speak, Eleanor, I think about what's also happening inside education, as education becomes a privatized, or I mean, I know this in the States, it's been quite different for a long time, but in recent years here, where we've experienced university education becoming privatized, a number of us, I think, have been digging into imaginings of of a way that people can become dancers, or people can have the education that they need without having to enter into monolithic or you know, hugely expensive environments for learning and training. And now that many dance courses, and again I speak from a dance perspective, but I know it's applicable to many fields in education now, that they are closing or hugely reducing in capacity, that thinking inside me, and I know in others, becomes, it's like, how can our community support the next generation of our community to get the learning and the training that they want to have, where it may no longer be possible to do that or be part of that in relation to large institutions, not just because they're hugely expensive and therefore very exclusive, but also because that opportunity may no longer be there anymore in any meaningful way. And I'm excited by that prospect, and I also come up against walls all the time, because I'm not sure how to activate it in a practical way. And I think that's because these alternatives, we might have some examples that we can pluck from different places, but we don't have commonly known models that can somehow happen while we're still living inside a society that operates in a way that is in some ways like the opposite of what you're speaking about and what I'm thinking about. So it's how do we create those sustainable models that are different inside a very powerful system that doesn't recognize them or doesn't know how to deal with them or how to include them. But with a wanting for it and an energy for it.
I've been thinking about our listeners during this part of our conversation and how I think, Katie, you were wondering that there must be people outside the dance worlds in other fields of art who have very similar experiences to ours. And I'm also thinking about the people who are not involved with any of the arts, and in what way might they be having experiences similar to ours? In what ways might they feel unseen, as some of us within the dance world feel? And how how do we not see? What do I not see? And is it possible to shine a light on everything equally all of the time? I think so. I'm taking it away from dance now, wondering about people who might be listening, to whom our world perhaps doesn't resonate so easily. And thinking about how, I suppose, as we journey through life, we shine a light on the parts of the world that interest us, or the parts of what it is to be human that we're forced to see, we're forced to recognize, because they come up and hit us, and we have nothing else to do but to see, to look. But that there are other parts that we never see, but somebody else is seeing. And so I suppose I'm really just thinking aloud, and that I'm hoping that while it doesn't feel good across the board, that the bits that I don't see, I'm really hoping that maybe somebody else is seeing that, because I know that I see stuff that other people don't see. I know I've worked in areas that other people don't look at. And I know others do that for parts that I don't look at. So I'm really hoping that somewhere along the line we can, like the best of nature, shine a light and give some nutrients to some part of our human togetherness. That all sounds a bit grand, but I think it might be time for a cup of tea. Indeed, the listeners might be needing a cup of tea.
So on that note, we stop. We don't finish. We just stop. Thanks everyone for listening.